regular council meeting of the East Lansing City Council. Could we please have the roll call?
Councilmember Altman.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Watson. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Singh. Here. Mayor Brookover.
Here. Could we have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Make that motion. We have a question with regard to it. We get a second. Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yeah, the closed session refers to one item. I think we have two items that are going into closed session. So maybe Tony could fill that in.
Well,
Yeah, that's correct. I would appreciate if that agenda item could be modified just to note that it's multiple attorney-client privilege memoranda.
okay. Are you
Motion to amend.
to amend? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion with regard to the agenda? All those in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 1.3, we have 3 sets of minutes. I forget, Mr. City Attorney, do you allow me to do this all 3 at one time or just one at a time?
Yes, we can approve all 3 in one motion.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the council? Is there a motion?
I move approval of all 3 sets of minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, okay, good. I hear, and I hear
Yeah,
Mr. Altman, I didn't hear.
you have to get to the mic.
Follow my own advice. I do have a question.
Okay, hang on. We got a motion by Altman, second by Watson.
Yep.
Discussion.
I just wanted to identify the nature of the correction for the first set of minutes. And my understanding is that the only correction of the minutes is the table indicating the board and commission liaison appointments. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Right. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 2 is communications. All written communications received by the council are posted on the online agenda packet. Now, with regard to communications from the audience, I have slips already. I do want to advise you that we have, I think, 5 business items on the agenda tonight. If you wish to talk on one of those business items, you should take that opportunity now. There's no further public comment at the time of the business item. It'll be called to the council, and the council will deal with it according to Robert's Rules of Order in terms of motions, discussion, et cetera. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. So I have several slips here. Ms. Williams.
Hello, my name is Versailles Williams. I'm the chair of the Ingham County Racial Equity Task Force, and if task force people are here, if you'd be kind to stand. To the East Lansing City Council members, on behalf of the Ingham County Racial Equity Task Force, we are providing a letter of support for East Lansing Councilperson Dana Watson regarding the injustice that was displayed in passing her over for Mayor Pro Tem. We are requesting this decision be reconsidered to be more inclusive of Councilperson Watson's experience and tenure on the council. We recommend that Councilperson Carrie Ebersol Singh recuse herself as Mayor Pro Tem and the council nominate Councilperson Dana Watson. In 2020, East Lansing declared racism as a public health crisis. We strongly urge the current council members to read, review, and recommit to uphold the resolution that continues to be as true today as it was voted in. The East Lansing City Council failed to uphold equitable practices and engaged in disparate treatment against Councilperson Watson. The proposed resolution put in place safeguards to prevent prejudice and racism, and those safeguards were ignored. The overt nature of bigotry and privilege is evident by the council improperly elevating a newly elected person over a person of color with governance experience. The consequences of this process and failure to recognize the intended and or unintended consequences for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, known as BIPOC, continues to cause harm within the community. There is strong objection within the city of East Lansing and the surrounding areas regarding this injustice of the selection process by 3 newly elected members of this council. The question is, are you committed to upholding the resolution of racism as a public health crisis? We look forward to working collectively with the community partners to continue to implement initiatives to reduce racial disparities and improve outcomes for the BIPOC community members. And this starts with each of you as elected officials. It is our hope that East Lansing strives to be a welcoming, inclusive, peaceful, engaged, healthy, and just community. The Ingham County Racial Equity Task Force stands with Councilperson Dana Watson and will continue to stand against any form of harm administered against Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. We welcome, and we absolutely welcome, the opportunity to work collaboratively to ensure our goals are aligned with the city of East Lansing, and we appreciate your unwavering attention to this matter. We really are paying attention. We are the Ingham County Racial Equity Task Force.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Julie Rojeski.
I wanted to step forward and speak. Sure thing. Yeah. Within my role as a member of the East Lansing Transportation Commission, and to build off some of the written comments that I had submitted. But I step forward to speak in strong support of your adoption or positive consideration of both the conversion and improvements along Hagedorn Road, as well as the MDOT proposal to address the safety concerns on Trowbridge Road. There's a lot of details that we've heard throughout various opportunities for the public to speak on both projects, and the public input is really critical. However, both of these projects are really driven by the need to improve the safety of these roads, and that is not actually something I think is well debated in public, right? Both of these projects have made a very concerted effort to capture and report the data as to the need for these safety improvements, and have afforded people plenty of opportunity to familiarize themselves with the challenges of both of these corridors and move ahead with the adoption of it. And I strongly encourage you to do so. Some of my other Transportation Commission members may step forward and speak more specifically to aspects of the plan that are particularly favorable, but I just wanted to point out that public engagement around the Trowbridge corridor project in particular has resulted in a plan that is both that incorporates more safety features and more beautification features than the plan first started with. It does not negate the need for the plan to move forward to address the very serious safety concerns along Trowbridge Road, and the plan that's before you today for your consideration incorporates many of those concerns. As to Hagedorn Road in particular, this one seems very clear-cut to me, and I indicated as much in my written comments. The city code calls for the incorporation of complete streets designs whenever the city has an opportunity to do so through its resurfacing projects. We are at that opportunity now with Hagedorn Road, and the data are very clear. The opportunity is there. You're approving the proposed plan to improve the Hagedorn Road project is in line with what the city code calls for. So I encourage you to do so with full support from the community, recognizing maybe not everyone is on board with this, but it's critical to addressing the needs of the community as a whole, even if individuals may feel that their particular concerns aren't fully addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mrzowski?
Jim Rosowski, I reside at 613 Grove Street, and I wanted to speak about the 730 Grove Street rezoning. So I submitted a letter. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the letter there. Okay, good. And there's some history, of course, on the 700 block of Grove Street. We were here last year for a rezoning request to RM32 for a number of properties there. So part of the problem stems from the fact that the comprehensive master plan speaks to R4, but we have no R4 category. But in the description of R4, it lists RM8 and RM14 as analogous uses. So in the fall, there was a proposal to go to RM32, that really wasn't a listed analogous use. And this property here at 730 Grove is also identified as R4. So when we were here in the fall, I listened to Mayor Brookover's comments and Councilmember Watson's comments and also Mayor Bacon's comments, and they had some good comments about it. There's probably some inevitable development that may happen on the 700 block. So listening to those comments last October, I developed an RM4 district, which I submitted to City Council and to the Planning Department. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, and so I requested that Council consider really directing the Planning Department to at least evaluate the RM4 proposal. The RM4 proposal that I submitted would really solve a lot of problems. It's intended to be used for these types of blocks and would allow for multifamily, addressing Councilmember Watson's concern. And so it does recognize that there's probably going to be some development, but it puts various controls on it. All right, moving forward to the 730 property, I am not opposed to a bed and breakfast use of that house. I think it's an appropriate use. But what we are opposed to is going to RM32 for all the same reasons that we were opposed to RM32 for the west side of the 700 block. That it really provides for a variety of uses. There's really little control once it's rezoned as RM32. It could be anything listed in that area. So we felt it was a big leap to go from the R4 analogous uses of RM8 or RM14 to jump to RM32, and we thought that was inappropriate. So what I proposed is an alternative for you, which I think that there is a loophole in the zoning ordinance. We know that the zoning ordinance does not describe bed and breakfast in any way, so therefore it's kind of an undefined use. And then in looking at the powers of the Zoning Board of Appeals, it does provide for the Zoning Board of Appeals to classify a use when a use is not classified. So in my memo, I outlined item 2B under the powers of the duties of the ZBA, and it specifically says that they can classify a use into a comparable use category which is not specifically mentioned by this chapter. So there's some leap in going from the fact that we have no definition, so it's an uncharacterized use in the zoning ordinance, and I think this language could broadly be interpreted to allow the ZBA to consider putting a bed and breakfast into this specific R2 zone. The benefit of that would be that it delays a decision about this particular property because we're going into a master planning process. So it would allow the applicant to do the bed and breakfast, which I think many people are not really objecting to the bed and breakfast. It's the issue of jumping to RM32, which we think then will be a trickle or kind of a leapfrogging and will eventually lead to the whole block going to RM32, which we're opposed to. So I think that a reasonable interpretation, so I know I have three attorneys here, three attorneys, and so, but I think from a reasonableness standard, if it went to circuit court, for example, I think it would not be an unreasonable judgment to determine that the ZBA in fact does have the power to characterize this use. The benefit, of course, is that they could place some conditions on the property. So this really provides for some time lag while we get the master plan set, some consideration of the RM4 category, which I defined, which needs to be vetted and modified and so on. So I think you have a little opportunity to take a creative approach using the language, the plain language of our ordinance, and go to an alternative path than simply zoning to RM32.
Thank you for your comments. Danielle Booms.
Hello, my name is Danielle Booms. I am also here representing not representing the Transportation Commission, but as a member of the Transportation Commission with some of my colleagues here in the audience. I'm here to speak on both the Hagedorn Road and the Trowbridge Road agenda items. And I wanted to just say that our commission deeply appreciates the level of public engagement in both of these projects from members of the community that have spoken for both of these projects in multiple of our Transportation Commission meetings. In listening to the stakeholder concerns, many of these concerns were rooted in a desire for safety for all and also access for all through the corridor. I also happen to be a licensed professional traffic engineer in my day job, and so I can appreciate the level of study and data-driven analysis that went into both of these projects from the engineers and city staff that have been working on these projects. I have seen road diets such as that proposed on Hagedorn and also indirect left turns such as that proposed on the Trowbridge Road project. I understand the safety benefits that come from those that are rooted in many studies and a lot of data across the country and also here in our own city in East Lansing. So I just wanted to express my support for both of these agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Good evening, council members and fellow residents of East Lansing. I'm Deborah Ann Stewart. I've been a resident on Grove Street for 64 years. I'm also speaking in a revised letter of January 22nd representing thoughts and ideas from James Nelson Stewart, Joffrey John Michael Stewart, attorney, and myself. Our Stewart family letter is in support for maintaining College Grove as a historic district by maintaining the current R2 single-family zoning for 730 Grove Street, and therefore at this time denying the request for rezoning from R2 to RM32 at this time, and to wait for more appropriate zoning codes, which Professor Expert Green Development Expert Tim Merzowski just shared with us. We also felt that we might, at this time, approve procedures for maintaining R2 zoning with special approval for a licensed bed and breakfast with regulations on the number of guests and monitoring. We do thank City Council for the opportunity to share thoughts and ideas at this time. Our father, Roger Stewart, many of you worked with throughout his years, served over 15 years on the East Lansing Planning and Zoning Commissions and Boards, giving his time, love for the community, and his expertise, similar to Mr. Merzowski's. As a property tax appeals consultant, he was very aware of how zoning affected the worth of properties and composition of the development of a neighborhood. We think he would have advised East Lansing City Council to wait to adopt a more appropriate zoning code for the area or maintain R2 zoning. I write at this time as a 64-year resident and now property owner of Grove Street, concerned about development of the neighborhood. Most concerning was pointed out to us just a moment ago, the fact that rezoning to RM32 allows for many more uses than what is addressed in the application in future years. It is an overreach from master plan suggestions, and please note, an action to approve would be premature and contrary to the actions and suggestions noted previously by East Lansing council members in previous review of requests for change of zoning in the 700 block of Grove Street. More specifically, it was discussed in sessions that the 2018 master plan is in need of revision due to passage of time and building construction of many apartment complexes. All agreed it is time for the 5-year revision of the master plan. We are in support of the recommendations Mr. Merzowski presented to you, and we hope to follow through with you where those ideas go. At this time, City Council members should wait for a neighborhood commission and City Council agreement on future rezoning. A better zoning category more consistent with the 2018 master plan recommendations has been suggested and referred to the city. It is critical at this time to maintain current zoning until a more appropriate zoning category for the area goes through procedural, proper reviews. Also, the applicants propose To enlarge and pave the duplex's driveway raises additional concerns for parking, traffic, and particularly density. It would significantly impact traffic flow and safety in an area where numerous high school students walk 4 times a day. I'm glad that traffic experts are here this evening. It is concerning to have witnessed a high school student struck by a car on the corner of Burcham and Grove, and the car did not stop to see how the student was. As was mentioned previously, he did make it back to school later that week, so that is a blessing. As previously stated, may East Lansing City Council members wait for a more appropriate zoning category for the Grove Street area before making rezoning changes to 730 Grove Street and maintain R2 zoning at this time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming. Tim Bauman.
Thomas Baumann.
I'm sorry, Thomas.
Yeah, so my name is Thomas Baumann. Good evening. I reside at 952 Lantern Hill Drive, and I would like to speak tonight in support of the conversion of Hagedorn Road. And I want to address 4 main points here, and the first is safety. I think that the proposed conversion of this road section would be a significant safety improvement, especially for motorists on this stretch of road, because it provides a dedicated turn lane, which makes turning into the neighbor streets much, much safer than it is currently. It also allows the possibility to add crossing islands in the roadway to provide proper pedestrian crosswalks. Right now, there's no crosswalk between Burcham and Grand River Avenue. So this is a very long stretch of roadway that cuts through the neighborhood there, and there's no opportunity for pedestrians to cross safely. And this is a major concern, I think. It also provides the addition of bike lanes, although I don't think that's the main priority. I think the main priority is safety. But contrary to some people that commented in previous public meetings that this wouldn't be a road that bicyclists travel on, I can say from my own experience that Hagedorn Road, if it had bike lanes, provides a very direct connection for those cyclists that use the bicycle as means of transportation, and it would be a great option. Personally, I really appreciate all the conversions that have been done in the recent past, like on Abbott Road or Harrison Road, Lake Lansing Road. I travel on those by bicycle frequently, and I think they're perfectly fine. I understand that's not for every cyclist, but I think there are some and several cyclists that will use them. So obviously, reducing the number of lanes reduces the capacity of the road, but the studies that were undertaken show that the capacity of this road should be fine for the traffic volume that is present. We have plenty of examples in the city, for instance, Abbott Road, which has a higher traffic volume, or Hagedorn Road north of Saginaw, which is already converted to 3 lanes and has the same traffic volume as south of Saginaw. I think that, again, here safety should be the priority. If it makes the roadway safer, we should actually go that way. And last but not least, I want to point out that the transition going from the 4-lane section, which remains because of the scope of this work, is only between Burcham Drive and Grand River Avenue. We need to really carefully look at how the transition is done going from the northern section of Hagedorn Road to the 3-lane section, because this is a real important point here, but I'm sure that, and I trust the engineers that they come up with a good solution there. So at the end, I just want to stress that I think for me, at least, the safety is the overriding factor to support the decision to go to a 3-lane configuration here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sabrina Curley.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Curley of 1165 Palmer Lane, and I'm a member of the Red Cedar Community Association and myself have a bachelor's degree in engineering in 2019 and spent the past 5 years going along with that research at the Michigan State University Engineering Graduate Program. I mentioned this not to just present my expertise in taking in data for engineering, such as traffic issues, but to also state that data collection, analysis, and communication is essential to me and is a very important process of designing these plans and carrying them out. With the review packet that was distributed for tonight's meeting, this is the first time that members of the public have been able to see the data that MDOT has used for the Trowbridge redesign after several years of being asked to provide information on how are these decisions being made, what are the guiding principles. So we have finally know here tonight at this meeting. In that case, since we didn't know, I took it upon myself to do a traffic analysis, which was included emailed from the RCCA, which I was surprised to see, and pleasantly surprised to see that in this review packet has the same traffic analysis. There's a map. All of the maps have the traffic roadways, points of conflict are identified, types of accidents that have been reported over the past several years. All of that was present. We finally got to know that. And this meeting isn't about the transparency. However, I would like to state for the future projects on this issue, we should strive for better communication between the people who are going to be affected by this traffic issue and what is going forward. So overall, from the analysis I was able to do, also present with MDOT analysis in the packet, we were able to look at the reports, 21 reports from the 2020-2023 time range. Out of all of these, only 5 of them directly are due to the turnarounds, even though 21 are cited as reasons for this rerouting. Only 2 of them have to do with the legal use of these turnarounds, in fact. Additionally, final point is that we have to also take into account not just the type of conflicts, points of conflicts as a number, what is the severity of these points of conflicts? Most of the injuries that have been reported as having a minor injury to major injury, the majority of these are found not at the Trowbridge turnarounds, not the Arbor Lane Palmer Drain turnarounds. Rather, they are found more west towards the highway on and off ramps where the new design is proposed to be put in for the turnaround. In this case, it is important to realize that yes, there is a decrease in the conflict points by eliminating the turnarounds at Palmer and Arbor and instead putting a new U-turn later down further west. However, their type of severity of these conflicts is not taken into account, and that there is between the 30 mile per hour and 50 mile per hour, there's an exponential increase in percent likelihood of fatalities designated in this SSI procedures for designing safer roadways. We are reducing the conflicts that may occur at the turnarounds that are happening maybe 25 miles an hour, 30. However, due to unofficial road ramp traffic speed studies, it was found that the 85th percentile was found to be around 50 to 55 coming down those ramps. And the increase for those injuries to be more severe exponentially increases with those higher speeds. And so I am wanting to ask that, is it possible to mostly just consider these things when your decision's weighing whether it should be done or not, whether it should be kind of reviewed or not, and to understand that just reducing conflict points in itself isn't the overall goal of the safety, it's reducing the types of accidents that are occurring. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Ms. Schweitzer?
I'm Liz Schweitzer. I live at 1216 Tanager Lane at the very north end of Arbor Drive, and I've lived there for 51 years. You've already received the motion that our neighborhood board approved last week, asking for some additional interpretation of the accident summary we received from our police department for the last 3 years, which Sabrina has, I think, just summarized. We ask that you give serious attention to the increased danger that the MDOT proposal presents to the residents of the 40 homes in the Ivanhoe area, the residents in the 80 Arbor Forest apartments, as well as the users of Woody's, the Spring Hill Suites Hotel, and the new Starbucks, none of which were formally notified of this change. Under this proposed design, the Ivanhoe residents would have to make a right turn onto Trowbridge and immediately get into the left lane of traffic in order to make the U-turn quickly. There is no way to alleviate the high speed of the eastbound traffic exiting the highway, and MDOT plans mergers that the exiting traffic from the highway will be merged into one lane that will make it even more difficult to make a safe U-turn. I ask that you either reject this particular proposal or appoint a review committee, as our neighborhood board has requested, to consider safer options. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the queue? Oh, okay, thank you. Jen Rosa.
Hi, Jen Rosa, 232 University Drive. I have no data. I have no professional experience. A middle-aged woman who experienced Harrison when it got its diet. So as a reflection, I was very upset at the time because I had 3 young kids. It worked out great. It was wonderful. As I get older, I am trying to bike and walk more, and I would appreciate, and I do appreciate, all the efforts that you all have been making to make this a walkable community, both for the residents as well as the children. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Mr. Aheim?
Thank you for having me. It's nice to be on this side of the table. And thank you for what is, I know, probably a long night. I also am here to speak in favor of the Hagedorn 4-3 conversion. I sent you an email earlier today, and I won't reiterate all of that, but I'll just highlight a few things that some folks have said. As Ms. Wojcicki mentioned, this project is very much in line with what our codes call for in terms of making improvements to non-motorized elements when we are doing road projects. It's in line with our non-motorized transportation plan. It's in line with our climate action plan. So these are all reasons for incorporating what is already existing policy in our city, as well as all of the data that the engineers and more have provided you on the safety benefits. I did share 2 resources in the email I sent you earlier. One is a kind of a summary of some of the data around road diets, and there is extensive data out there about some of the safety improvements in terms of slowing traffic, reducing rear-end collisions, making turns in and out of streets much easier. And this is a long stretch between Burcham and Grand River where there is no pedestrian crossing that is safe. So the additions of that, not only the middle lane, but having pedestrian infrastructure at a crossing, I will be thrilled to see. If anybody wants a copy of those, I have some of those as well. The bottom line is this is a great project. It is something that has been done, as several other people have mentioned, on some of our other roadways with great success. And it adds, not only those safety elements, but it also is incenting people to bike and walk and choose other means. And if we are going to walk the walk of our climate goals in this city and what the state has laid out as its climate goals, every single time we make an investment in our roadways, we need to be adding in non-motorized transportation options. And finally, on that point, I just want to say, I am a rider and a cyclist in this corridor. I live at 158 Oakland. I live in the Brookfield neighborhood. I choose to ride perilously on Hagedorn sometimes and along these side streets, but I choose to do that. I own an automobile, and I am lucky enough to have that choice. We have many, many residents in this community who don't have that choice. They don't have access to an automobile. They don't have the means to travel by automobile. They rely on their feet, on their bikes, on maybe other non-motorized transportation means or transit. And it is critical when we're thinking about these decisions and making investments in our infrastructure that we are doing so that in ways that ensure equitable, safe access to safe transportation by every single mode of transportation need in this community. So I urge you to approve this project, and thank you so much for your service. I am very, very grateful for you all.
Thank you. Anybody in the queue?
Yes, we have a few callers in the queue.
Okay, proceed, please.
Caller with a number ending in 954, you're welcome to address council.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Nicole Kiway Viber. I am living on Blanchett Street here in East Lansing. Just want to begin for whoever among this all in the city of East Lansing governance is responsible for making sure that remote option continues, especially that comments opportunities are part of it. Thank you for that. I think it's a great decision, and it really opens up, the ability for people to listen, to participate, even though we might not be able to have another night where we're not home for dinner because of meetings. So I appreciate that very much. I was interested in one of the development projects and just reading some of the concerns and comments and thoughts. Noticed that I think it's Councilor Altman brought up, maybe this landscape plan can be looked at a little differently. And I'd like to definitely encourage more of that lens in decision making for where native pollinator habitat can be increased. And that's including, what happens after any construction project. So thinking about if the road diet happens, which, if it's safer and more biking and easier to walk and cross the street, sounds pretty good. But, usually there's bare land mass, right? That kind of somehow escapes the concrete and asphalt go-to. And that's often just seeded with grass. Well, that's the norm, but the need, right now for all of us is to mitigate the biodiversity crisis. And so making a decision that this is the seed bank we're going to be, increasingly favoring in these sort of projects or any sort of land use or changing, that'd be good for humans too. There's a good return on investment with nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, and it really looks to the long term. And listening to people mention their expertise in the sciences and using data, it doesn't take long to see how these approaches to biodiversity and being really thoughtful and conscientious about having that be part of the plan at every opportunity really is, maximum benefits. The opening comment from the concern about the decision making with the Mayor Pro Tem appointment, I'd like to just say that I think there is a painfulness, and I think it might be hard for people to see that, but even just the fact that kind of looking at different comments to see, and I'm just reticent to say it, but to see the phrase race card be brought up, that's really painful. It's a terrible phrase, and it just sort of opened up, this commentary for people to say oh well, why are people so unhappy, and to just sort of be told why we shouldn't worry about it. It's very patronizing, and I think that there is in the written commentary I saw, or the written communication, someone had said, it would be nice to hear why that decision would be made. And I think that's true, because, it's really hard to have a phrase like that come up, because then it's implying the only reason Dana would have been chosen is to satisfy this thing. And so then it just undermines even more, the effort to be please, be aware of people's qualifications, and, have it be that's seen and uplifted, and I don't know, it's just hard. And I wish it had gone another way, because I think that, lots of people voted for all different folks, and that kind of, through line of previous votes and what's, who's representing, and even if it's symbolic, obviously it means something to people. So just to put that out
30
there,
seconds remaining.
So, and, I voted for Carrie, nothing against you, you know what I mean? But I think it's just, again, if people don't quite understand why it's a painful thing, maybe just that opens the door to that phrase being said is really harmful. So, miigwech, thanks for your work.
Next person in the queue.
Caller by the name of Wilhelm, you're welcome to address council.
I'm available only if item 5.2 I'm needed.
Okay, thank you. Caller by the name of Matt Carey, you are welcome to address council. I'm sorry? Okay. Caller with the last name Kazmierski, you're welcome to address council. Matt, you may need to unmute your phone. Matt, can you try *6?
Okay, anybody else in the queue?
Yes, there is one more. Caller with the last name Gregory, you're welcome to address council. Caller, you may need to unmute your phone.
I'm all set.
Okay. Okay, so I believe the callers that we have left are actually for business agenda items.
Well, if they're for business agenda items, they need to speak now, so.
Okay. Ken Wilhelm, would you like to address council now?
No, thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the queue?
Nicole Castern, would you like to address council now?
Hi, yes, I am Mr. Car Wash along with Ken and Matt Carey. We presented a couple weeks ago with you guys, and if we have to present now, I don't know what to address as Landon has our packet for you guys. I'm sorry, I'm confused.
That's okay. So you had your opportunity during the public hearing to present, and we appreciate you phoning in, but when this item comes up, the way it'll work with the advice and consent of the rest of the council is this matter will become before the council as a business item, and pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order, I will ask for a motion to be made so discussion among council and possibly staff can occur. We've received all your communications, your various communications, updated communications. We appreciate you being here, but it's really your choice as to whether you want to say something now or not.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, I think we're good. I think we tried to address everything. If there are any questions, please let us know, but we just look forward to hopefully coming here, so thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the queue?
All right. Matt Carey, did you want to address council at this time?
Engineering group. I think I'm teamed up with Nicole Castern, who kind of just hit it on the head there with representing Mr. Car Wash. Just want to let the council know we're here. We're able to answer any questions when our agenda item comes up later this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Anybody else in the
it.
queue? Okay, I'm going to close communications from the audience. Item 2.3, communications from mayor and council members. Mayor Pro Tem, you have anything?
Sure, yes. A couple of things. I want to recall a couple of things that we worked on Saturday. There have been a number of issues we discussed during the campaign, and since being elected, I've had the opportunity to really get to know kind of the lay of the land as it relates to internal city operations. And I just want to echo and commend not only our city manager, but also the staff through the presentations last week, through our planning on Saturday, because this is one thing that came up time and time again throughout the campaign, which is the current, the city does not and community does not have a cohesive strategy that has been built. For those that weren't able to watch the Saturday session, we reflected on documents dating back to the 1990s to give you a sample of the importance of that dialogue. I think also that it also gave a time for all of us as council to put our priorities on a board and look at how there's a lot of alignment between those, which I am really continue to be hopeful as the work continues to unfold. I want to just, for the record here in this session, I'm going to echo continuing things I said along the campaign trail as well as what I've indicated to my colleagues and during these sessions. One, outside of getting this strategic plan and helping as we build towards the city budget process, resourcing the city to really make more effective and efficient operations, because that has come through from a variety of the department presentations. The other piece that I think is really top of mind for this year is our democracy issues. I think, looking at ways that we can continue to shape and provide a venue for diversity of thought, as well as freedom of expression in our community is really important, as well as I will beat the city clerk's drum here, the 4 elections that we have on the docket this year. Community engagement, voter registration, ensuring that we have access without lines. We got to train 350 people for that November election. So I just want to call that out. That is something that I am prioritizing and working as a resource to our city clerk. A few other commitments I want to talk about that I look forward to the council dealing with. One is working for deeper collaboration with key stakeholders like Michigan State University, something that continually came up throughout the campaign, and it's something that I think we've really struck a good chord on so far this year. 2 is, recognizing and reviewing what the process should be to review our city charter. As it's been said, and we've received recent communication and a point of discussion during the strategic planning on Saturday, looking forward to getting that discussion on an agenda soon. And last but certainly not least is increasing transparency, growing support and communication resources, which I know I'm really excited with the last town hall and additional new communications materials that have been created by the city. So thank you for that additional work in the town hall. Now, I also want to spend a few minutes we have some regulars that attend city council as well as city staff that it frequently joins. My qualifications, my experience has been repeatedly drawn in terms of whether I should be here. And I want to talk a little bit about that. There's a lot of things I could say. It's going to be picked apart no matter what I say. So I want to just share, again, what I shared during the campaign, that, what my current position is, within the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, how I currently work with talent programs and training, reaching out to underserved communities to increase nets of STEM skills and matching with employers so folks can live the prosperous future that they want. I work hand in glove with 4-year institutions, purposing scholarship dollars towards folks to help retain here in the state of Michigan, because I know many of you have probably heard we have a little bit of a population problem. That I could date back, I could read, this is all on my LinkedIn, you can Google me too. I could date back helping to elect the first woman governor in 2002. I serve the governor today. I could talk about in 2006 how I worked to defeat the constitutional amendment prohibiting affirmative action in this state. I worked to defeat that. Unfortunately, we lost. I worked that same 2006 to amend Elliott Larson's to lay the groundwork to include sexual orientation, 2006. Again, I can go through tangible examples how I've continued to lead throughout my 25-year career. I have made no hesitation to my colleagues. I am here to lead. I want our community to be the best it can be, and that is collectively working together. And unfortunately, because of the lay of the land, we got a lot of foundational work to do. I could go on and on, okay? I continue from this chair, am happy to have whatever dialogue that this community wants to have. I'm here for it. I want to look at how we can increase representation on our boards and commissions, how we can increase, we saw dismal turnout from the student population in this state, or at Michigan State. You know, there's tangible things that I have done on behalf of this state and communities across it. I'm here to do the work. I could go on, we could talk about the specific one-on-one conversations I had with my colleagues. And I asked about specific policy decisions that have been made in the past. Some of those colleagues chose not to answer those questions. I'm here to do the work. That's what I want to do. I want to ensure that this community is best in class. And I'm looking forward to collaborating and partnering with whoever wants to share in that vision. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Watson.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say I encourage council, myself, the community, and surrounding community to think about what it means to be an anti-racist. Being an anti-racist is an action in our thought processes, the decisions that we make, the work that we do, and what we put our energy towards. So I just, again, want to put out there and encourage people to explore what it means to be anti-racist and identify where you stand in that, because there are people out here clearly that value anti-racism and the work and what it means to identify as one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
Well, let me echo the Mayor Pro Tem's comments about the meeting last Saturday, and I want to thank staff for all the time they put into getting information to us that was very valuable, and of course the city manager with relation to how he organized that particular meeting. But I also want to echo Councilmember Watson's comments with regard to anti-racism and the need for all of us to be aware and look inside ourselves to make sure that we are acting appropriately at all times. And then those are heavyweight subjects, but I also want to bring up that if you're looking for a dog tomorrow right here at Hannah Community Center and you're looking for a mature dog, one that can be adopted and is housebroke and will know how, and looking for a loving home, the Primetime Senior Program is offering from 1 to 4 p.m. Old Souls, New Homes right here at Hannah Community Center. So come on down if you're looking for a dog. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Dr. Altman.
Thank you, Mayor. Two items just briefly. I wanted to echo comments from one of the callers about various efforts to change our approach to landscaping to encourage sort of more biodiversity in various places where the city has some control and where the zoning ordinance may enable us to control what happens in private developments. I think there are a lot of people in the city and on the Commission on the Environment who are very interested in going in that direction. It takes a while to get, you have to, for example, you have to do a code audit to make sure that there are no barriers, systematic barriers in our code that interfere with the ability to do different kinds of landscaping and so forth. So it's a big project to to sort of undo our thinking over the past however many years and turn attention to sort of more environmentally friendly ways of doing things. And there's a lot of interest in the city in doing that. So it may take a while to bear fruit. I think it is starting to bear fruit, but this is something that a lot of people are thinking about and would like to see progress on. Second item is that I wanted to applaud our staff for how they handled communications concerning rental restriction overlays. That process started 6 weeks or 2 months ago when residents from our very engaged community came forward to raise a bunch of questions about how can we use our property if a rental restriction overlay goes into place. I didn't know the answer, so I looked it up in the code and I read some from the code. But then city staff picked up the ball and ran with it and did a great job developing an infographic, mailed it out to all the relevant households, and then held an information session here in this room last Wednesday that was very well attended by the community. It was attended by housing commissioners and planning commissioners, and Dana and I were there from the council. And we had all the big guns out from the city to answer any possible question that somebody might have. So the city attorney was there, the city manager was there, planning and building development director was there, and our principal planner were there. And what struck me about the meeting is that it ended in a reasonable amount of time, and the reason that it ended is people had run out of questions, which is exactly what you want. The questions sort of petered out, which meant that people didn't have any more, and that meant that that people's questions had been answered. So I think that whole process, that whole arc from citizens raising concerns and coming to this meeting, and us and staff hearing the concerns and then doing a full court press to address those concerns, because there was a timing issue. There is this overlay that's working its way through the process, and so people needed the answers sooner rather than later, and staff set aside all the other stuff that they were working with, not enough people to do the work, and put a lot of effort into this project. And so I thought it was a great example of an engaged community raising issues and responsive government answering those issues. And so I want to thank everybody involved in that project.
Which is a perfect segue to my comments, which is I have run out of comments. I have nothing more to add. City manager's report.
I will echo you, Mayor. All the comments I was going to make
I want to
were
write
covered.
that one. I want to write that down for the record. City attorney report.
I have nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Special presentation. Chief, are you going to honor us with your presence on this?
Evening, Mayor, Councilmembers. Thank you for having me tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce our newest members of our police department. And we'll introduce them, and they don't want to give any speeches, so I guess I'll do all the talking up here while we get a chance to. First of all, I want to introduce our newest Deputy Chief, Jennifer Brown. Jennifer is from Hope, Michigan, graduated from Lansing Everett High School. She attended Michigan State University, where she received her Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and her master's degree in Police Administration. She brings with us over 15 years of law enforcement experience from Michigan State University, Department of Public Safety, where she worked herself up the ranks and resigned from that agency in 2012 as a lieutenant. After she left MSU, Jennifer spent the next 10 years working in the private sector, overseeing security and emergency management component of several large private companies. She wanted to return to the public sector because of her passion to serve the public. Deputy Chief Brown attended a 10-week School of Police and Staff Command course right here in this building back in 2006, attained and continues to hold her professional emergency manager certification, which has already come in handy already. She will be attending her recertification course in early February, where she'll be sworn in into service by the judge sometime after she completes that recertification course. And just one quick fun fact on the Deputy Chief. She mentioned in her interview that she believes that effective law enforcement is rooted in building strong relationships and actively engaging with our community partners. So we welcome her to our department. She's been on board for about a month now. Thank you. Officer Colin Lemur. Collins was raised in New Hudson, Michigan, attended South Lyon East High School. He attended Schoolcraft College, where he received his associate's degree before transferring to Michigan State University. He received his Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice at MSU in May of 2023. While at MSU, Colin also worked as a police cadet for about a year prior to entering the police academy in the fall. He graduated from the 112th Mid-Michigan Police Academy in December of 23. And Colin has relatives who served in the military, and he wanted a similar profession that values the importance of service and making a difference in the lives of others. And so he chose police work to be that profession to serve others. So Logan became interested in law enforcement through high school, and she also mentioned the positive interactions that made her, positive interaction with her fellow classmates and instructors at the research program motivated her to go into police work. So we're excited to have her on board also. And finally, Jordan Willis is from Byron Center, Michigan, and attended Byron Center High School. Jordan attended Michigan State University and received her criminal justice degree in May of 23 also. She was an active member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority. While Jordan was at MSU, she became a police cadet here at East Lansing Police Department in November of 22 and worked in that role until she entered the Mid-Michigan Police Academy in August of 23. She graduated from the Mid-Michigan Police Academy also in December of 23 also. One of her fun facts that I noticed that she's passionate about people and is motivated by how she can make a positive difference in those she will encounter during her career. She enjoyed participating in the school musicals during her high school career. So I always bring that up because we have other things to do besides just our jobs. All three police officers actually were sworn in by Chief Judge Molly Hennessy Greenwald in December 11th, 2023. And they are in our field training program currently, and we're excited to have them. So I was introduced them to the council. So thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Consent agenda, Mr. Belleman.
On the consent agenda for tonight, 4.1 is to approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards or commissions. First is reappoint Scott Schrager to the Board of Review for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. Second is reappoint Kathy Boucha Wyatt to the Senior Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2026. Third is to appoint Brandon Canty to the University Student Commission for a partial term ending September 30th, 2024. Fourth one is to appoint Caitlin Salatos to the University Student Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2024. Last is to appoint James Oman to the University Student Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2024. 4.2 is to approve a resolution for participation in Ingham County Payment Reduction Program. 4.3 is approve a contract with Hamp, Mathews and Associates, Inc. to perform the annual Burcham Park Landfill monitoring an amount of $61,200 and authorize the city manager to sign. 4.4 is approve a resolution to reappoint a steering committee for the purpose of reviewing and recommending action steps in the implementation of the East Lansing's 2020 Age-Friendly Communities Action Plan. 4.5 is set a public hearing for February 20th, 2024 to consider a site plan for the proposed addition of parking and other site improvements at 2111 Merritt Road. 4.6, approve contract with Axon Enterprise, Inc. to replace camera systems in Police Department interview room in the amount of $44,522.40 and authorize the city manager to sign. 4.7 is approve a funding request for up to $80,000 to execute an evaluation of existing library audiovisual technology and improve, replace, or upgrade those devices based on the evaluation.
Do we have a motion?
Remove an item, however. I think that happens first, so I'd like to move item 4.4 to the business agenda. I have some questions on it, that's all.
Okay, I don't think, Mr. City Attorney, we need a motion on that, do we, or do we?
approve the agenda, then we should do it by motion.
Okay, is that a motion?
A motion to approve the consent agenda with more than one change then. To move 4.4 to the business agenda, and with regard to items D and E under appointments, the terms for the University Student Commission run from October 1st to September 30th. So the final two there should be partial terms ending September 30th, 2024. With that, that's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
We have, I know Asia and I talked about the terms on the student commission, so I think we have different information.
Yeah, I think if you look at the...
Okay, hang on, please. Do we have a second for the motion before we get to discussion on the motion? I'll second the motion for the purposes of discussion.
Okay.
Now discussion on the motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'm just indicating that we have a different set of information we reflected on the terms, and I know Asia, who supports the commission as staff, indicated that we had a partial term for one of the members, why it's a shortened term on the second, or on the third person.
If you look at the ordinance creating the University Student Commission, the terms are October 1st to September 30th.
Well, now we've had discussion on the motion.
That's right.
So now we can vote on the motion. So all those in favor of approving the consent agenda as amended or modified, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. The consent agenda is approved with those deletions, is the way I'm going to say it.
As amended.
As amendment. Dr. Altman.
We still have to, no, I lost my chance, it's fine.
Go ahead.
I had a question about one of the consent agenda items. I don't want it removed, but I just have a question, if I may, if the chair would indulge me.
I will indulge you.
Thank you, sir. The question is about item 4.3, the Hamp, Mathews and Associates Burcham Park Landfill Monitoring. One of the items of discussion in that report is that we may actually get a no further action report from the state on this issue so that we don't have to go through and do this every year. Is that a likely outcome of this? Scott?
Good evening, Council. Scott House, Director of Public Works. So the intent would be to continue those efforts. It's going to take some continued testing. It's a long road, but we're within sight of that, I would think. And it could be 5 years, though, just to be realistic.
Have we asked for this before and been denied?
You know, it's one of those things where you think you're getting close, but you keep on doing testing, and you just want to react to what you find in the conditions.
All right, thank you. That was my question.
Okay. So I think we've approved the consent agenda as modified. I think we did that. So now I think that the issue of the University Student Commission item is now moved to the business agenda.
The resolution regarding the age-friendly community.
No, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But we don't have a resolution on the University Student Commission.
We just approved the amendment to make it October 1st.
Oh, okay, you agree to that. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a disagreement there. I misunderstood that. Good. So the other item that goes to the business agenda is the age-friendly community item, which will be at the end of that. So it becomes 5.6. So we are to the business agenda, 5.1. And council, I'd like to ask on these things that we have a motion to set the stage for discussion amongst council, and council can direct questions to staff. So do we have a motion on 5.1?
So moved.
Okay, the motion is to approve the request to construct a new 6,500 square foot car wash facility with vacuums and parking at 2110 Merritt Road. Do I have that correct? Is there a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Altman. Now, discussion. Who wants to talk? Go ahead.
We used to specify that we move approval subject to the conditions specified in the packet.
Right.
Right?
Sorry about
And so there are 11 conditions specified in the package, in the packet on page 8 of the staff report. And I don't know if we need to.
So I move that the original motion be amended to add the conditions set forth in the packet.
Second.
Okay. Let's vote. Well, okay. So that is the motion that's now before the council, as I understand it. All right.
Although I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
I know you might have, but
And you might have just skipped this part.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts I could probably skip, but just indulge me. So discussion on this motion then.
Yeah, so just one comment on this particular motion. I'm grateful to Landon for adding the condition that I had outlined last time we talked about this, which is requiring that green space be planted with low mow or no mow seed mix. So that's already in there. We don't have to do anything new there, which simplifies things. So thank you.
I have a question for the city attorney and Landon. So as a condition of this proposal, could we require a certain amount of charging stations to be included at this location? Paid for by the applicant and maintained by the applicant?
I don't believe so, yeah. I mean, we have certain sections of the zoning ordinance that do, under certain circumstances, require construction of a charging station, including if the commercial location is required to have over 50 spaces, but for this particular use, it's not built into the current zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion?
Comment on your question. We require, with regard to a certain number of parking spaces, the installation of EV charging stations. But how does that prohibit us from adding that as a condition on this approval?
As a special condition, I'd really have to take a look at if that was a legitimate or a valid requirement.
If I may, the applicant is proposing a total of 28 parking spaces. There's another development request immediately across the street where we've talked about EV charging spaces where an applicant is proposing over 50 parking spaces. That's at 2111 Merritt Road, which you've just set a public hearing for in the consent agenda. Our understanding of the ordinance, and I've spoken with Mr. Schwab about this, is that when within the zoning ordinance where the required parking amount is over 50 spaces, at that point we would require an EV charging station to be installed. For this car wash, the requirement nor what's being proposed comes close to 50 spaces. They're requiring 28 spaces total, proposing 28 spaces, which meets the requirement. So we're significantly under the threshold at which point we'd require an EV charging charger according to our current zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, and so this is subject to a special use permit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So under item 3 of the special use permit and item 4 of the special use permit criteria, item 3 is the proposed size, height, architectural character, and placement of new or expanded structures on the site shall be reasonably compatible with the existing or anticipated buildings on adjacent properties. Number 4 says, streets and access facilities serving the site shall be able to safely accommodate the expected traffic generated by the proposed use. The use shall not cause excessive traffic congestion or delays, obstruct access to adjacent properties, or imperil safety of motorists, pedestrians, or bicyclists. So specifically with item number 3, are the two of you indicating that you do not think requiring as a special use permit, satisfying the special use permit would be placing charging stations so it could be reasonably compatible with the existing or anticipated buildings on adjacent properties?
I would have to take a look at that. I do believe that this is this to the east of Costco?
This is
to the west of Costco.
Property is located
I'm
across
sorry,
across the Park Lake from Costco. My reading of that standard was that you consider the primary building being proposed for the site, and whether or not that building's scale and massing and architectural character would be compatible with the other properties nearby. And we found that across the access drive, the current retail building that's been constructed, and then the former retail building that was formerly approved for this location, we found that the proposed car wash building is compatible with both of those buildings. So I guess with the original approved proposal and also with the retail building to the southwest that's been constructed.
Yeah, I understand you found it was compatible, and I'm not going to die on this hill tonight, but it does seem to me the introduction of a special use permit analysis does in some circumstances, totally apart from the parking requirement you indicated before, and depending on the use of the site, would suggest that requiring some of those things might be appropriate. So that's all. I appreciate you answering the question. Any other discussion on this item? Yes, sir.
If I may, as you know, the applicants are also available on the phone to call in if you have questions, or whether they'd be willing to volunteer an EV charger, I'm not sure. But I also wanted to point out there had been some questions at the last meeting about potential traffic impacts and whether or not a signal would be warranted at the intersection of Park Lake and the South Access Drive. And we've reviewed that and found that the traffic impact assessment, which was essentially validated by a letter by Fishback that we received today that was brought to you tonight, has found that that a signal is not warranted at this time, and also the opinion from the Ingham County Road Commission was the same. So I just wanted to point that out for you.
Yeah, we read the materials.
Okay.
So, applicants, you called in earlier. Are you still there?
So who do you want?
Maybe Nicole, Matt, Carrie, or Ken will.
So I can do one at a time.
Sure. How about Nicole Pastor?
Nicole? Okay. Nicole, are you able to hear us and speak?
So I'm sorry, I don't recall your last name.
Castor?
Castor. Ms. Castor, would your entity be willing to add a condition to the special use permit conditions here, installing 3 charging stations at your cost with you maintaining them?
That is something that gotta kind of think about. Even in California, where they do have required EV standards, they're just EV ready instead of the entire system. Is that something we could negotiate on having EV ready stalls?
I'm negotiating with you right now.
Okay.
Are you willing to add 3 EV ready stalls or locations, whatever your terminology is, to these conditions?
It is a big cost. Do we know how many you're asking across the street for that 50 car lot?
No, we don't.
Or are we asking for more on our lot than across the street? I'm just wondering, I'm asking because people usually come through and they don't stay very long. They come through, they go through the tunnel, they vacuum their car and they leave. And charging stations can take a long time to sit there and charge your station. We would move it to like maybe a non vacuum stall area, but we save those stalls for the employees so they're not really taking up the any vacuum spaces if needed. I'm just trying to think around it. Would one get us there, an EV ready stall?
Sure. If you'll indicate to us that you'll put one in, That would be wonderful. And you do have the authority to speak on behalf of this applicant, correct?
Yes, I am with Mr. Car Wash.
So you're Mr. Car Wash tonight.
I'm Mr. Car Wash.
All right. So are you willing to go along with a
Yes. we
condition?
will do one. If we can negotiate down to one, I think we can meet you there.
I think we just did.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
Sorry, you play
remaining
hardball.
available to us.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Mayor Brookover.
Yes, sir.
If I may, I just wanted to clarify that last transaction, I guess. The Ms. Castern on the phone was talking about an EV-ready parking space, and I want to make sure that was your understanding, or that what you were seeking is an EV-ready parking space. So an EV-ready being that it's provided with a dedicated branch circuit of at least 40 amps and I think 240 volts, so that it would be ready to install a charger upon, but a charger is not actually installed at this point. Is that accurate?
There are times when I don't have a problem with ambiguity, but now that you've gotten specific, yes, I will take anything that we can get. So I understood that part of it.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Mr. Meadows.
I do have a question based on that last comment by Landon. But it would be operational when installed.
So the EV-ready parking space would have all the circuitry available for a charging station. Once installed, yes, it would be operational. All the infrastructure would be there, but the EV-ready space would not actually have the charger on the space. It would just be ready to install that charger.
Okay, but I guess I'd feel more comfortable if we said it must be capable of being used once installed.
Okay.
Well, is the applicant still on the phone?
Hi, I'm here. Yeah.
So are you willing to go one step further and say you'll install one that's actually ready to be used?
Okay.
When former Mayor Schweitzer goes out there and gets her car washed?
We will do that. We'll negotiate one EV stall that's you can plug in when you pull up and charge your car.
Operable.
Operable.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? So I think we need to amend the conditions to add that condition. Could I have a motion to amend or friendly amendment to the motion?
I'll move to amend to add that condition as described by Landon as being capable of being used once installed.
As described by Landon and the applicant on the record
Correct.
tonight. Okay. Friendly amendment, second?
Second.
Okay. As amended, any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
So I was surprised to do the motion first, and I think because we did go back and amend it anyway, that maybe it's okay if we have a little bit of a conversation before we enter into the motions. And I'm concerned that if we do enter into the motion, does that mean it has to be yes or no? Like we can't decide, as we do sometimes, that we're gonna delay for some reason or another.
I think a motion's always subject to a motion to table. And so, with all due respect to you, I think the way I'm doing this is in accord with Robert's Rules of Order. And so the reality is, in order to actually have discussion on a motion, we need to get the motion on the floor. And then, if you or somebody else wants to delay it, somebody can make a motion to table or defer,
Thank you.
okay? Mark?
I think you're correct, but I think what Councilmember Watson is suggesting is that we have an opportunity to ask questions of staff before we make the motion.
That is historically how we've done
I understand historically what's happened. So if the council wants me to do it that way, that's fine. And that's the way we'll do it on the next one, which is item 5.2. Consideration of ordinance 1525, a request to rezone the property at 730 Grove Street from R2 medium density single family residential to RM32 city center multiple family residential. Staff.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Any questions for staff?
I have a question for staff.
Yes.
Landon, I think you had indicated an analysis of Mr. Brzezowski's suggestion. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Let me pull that up. So I think the question, Mr. Brzezowski put together a very nice potential amendment to the zoning ordinance that would have created a new R4, RM4 zone district, which was intended to sort of fill a potential gap perceived in the current residential zone district framework that we have that would allow bed and breakfast use or Class B multiple dwelling, which is how we sort of classify a bed and breakfast use right now without an explicit definition. So the RM32 district right now is the district that one must have if they want to have a Class B multiple family dwelling or a Class 6 rental license, which would be how we would look at a bed and breakfast. We're certainly open to considering an amendment as was proposed by Mr. Brzezowski. Our concern and in discussions with the Planning Commission, given that there's a master plan update process underway, beginning now, the concern would be that changing the zoning ordinance to add another residential district at this time might be premature, and instead try to work through that discussion as part of the master plan update process. The intent of the master plan update process is essentially to check in and make sure that our master plan is still in the correct direction, and then subsequently make zoning ordinance amendments to that in light of the master plan update. So we certainly felt like there would be a potentially better time to consider a new zone district once that master plan update has been completed. If your question is about the, I guess, question of whether or not the Zoning Board of Appeals can grant a use variance, I'd also be happy to discuss that, but.
I don't, because unless they ask for that, we've also asked them and pointed out to them that conditional zoning, would be appropriate for us, and they haven't done that. So I just soon stay away from that. But I do have another question. It does butt up, I think, against another RM32 zone. Is that right? On
Yes,
the back
that's
end?
correct.
And but the game plan along Grove Street there is R2, correct?
So
the frontage that it sits in.
I'm sorry, so the current zoning?
Correct.
Is R2, as are the properties to the north and across the street, across Grove to the west.
Okay.
Properties to the south and east are currently zoned RM32, as are properties across Grove to the northwest.
So to the south of this property is also RM32?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions for staff?
I have a question.
Sure.
For the master plan, when would that come into effect?
Our aspirational goal is to complete community engagement sometime this fall and have some sort of document to present and hopefully adopt by the end of the year.
And then are there any other RM or R52s, I'm sorry, R32s coming on the agenda before that time frame, or that you're seeing right now?
We don't currently have any proposals to rezone to RM32.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve consideration of ordinance 1525 as described in on the agenda,
Is there a second?
along with the conditions placed on or suggested for it.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion.
I'll be voting against this motion. For what it's worth, we've been advised by council over years to always state motions in the affirmative, so that's why I made the motion in the affirmative. To me, a conditional rezoning, might change my mind with regard to this, but the applicant has chosen not to do that. I think this is premature, plus by moving it to an RM32 without any restriction with regard to it, it doesn't stop it from being redeveloped in an entirely different way than the bed and breakfast that is being proposed. So for those reasons, I can't support it at this time. I will note that I think it's a good idea for us to address the bed and breakfast issue going forward, and I'd like to get that on the Planning Commission agenda in some way. So, but at this time, I'll be voting no on this particular item.
Any other discussion on the motion? Yes,
Say
ma'am.
as well. I'll be voting in favor because it's like they're caught in something that they didn't create, because we've got a kind of a huge gap in how the zoning works. And so I also appreciated that they talked about like rebuilding the inside of it, but not necessarily doing large changes. And while I do understand that something different could happen in the future, that we're working on it to resolve this, so hopefully it doesn't happen again, I think that will be helpful as well. So I will be voting in support for them.
Any other discussion? Eric?
I will be voting no. I'm concerned about the additional density with respect to the properties to the north, which are R2. I think there's one lot along Ridge Road that backs right up against this property, and that lot is R2. And I think that we have a little pocket neighborhood along Ridge Road up there, and I think that increasing the potential intensity of use that close to that neighborhood is not appropriate, so I'll be voting no.
Anybody else? Carrie, anything? I'll be voting against this for two main reasons, which have been echoed in part by Mr. Meadows. First is and this is consistent with my vote in last fall on the others rezoning on Grove Street. I think this simply, because of the zoning category, opens the door to more intensive and less advantageous use at some point in the future. I don't think this particular owner would ever do that, but this owner probably won't last forever. And then finally, I really think there's a latent problem here, and because there's a conflict between two statutes, our ordinance and the state statute. As the staff report indicates, the city does not currently have a definition of, quote, bed and breakfast, which is the proposed use of the building, but bed and breakfast uses are generally considered a Class B multiple family dwelling based on that definition, which is, quote, Class B multiple dwellings of Class B are dwellings which are occupied by individuals who are lodged with or without meals, and in which, as a rule, the rooms are occupied singly and without any provision therein or therewith for cooking or kitchen accommodations for the individual occupants. But then the state statute, at least part of the state statutes, defines under MCL section 1504B, states that a bed and breakfast is considered under that construction code act, quote, to be a single-family residential structure and shall not be treated as a hotel or other facility serving transient tenants, but must have 10 or fewer sleeping rooms, including sleeping rooms occupied by the innkeeper, serve meals at no extra cost to transient tenants, and has a smoke detector in each sleeping room. So that it also said it does not affect local zoning, fire safety, or housing regulations. I just think we have a conflict. I admire the owner for wanting to do this. I think it's probably a really neat use of this. And I'll just echo what I said last fall, which is I think this area is going to be rezoned one way or another. I respect the residents on Grove Street in terms of their positions on stuff, but frankly, I think the horse is out of the barn on the north side of Burcham. And I think we need to know, we need to decide exactly and precisely how we want to zone up there, taking into consideration the issue that Dr. Altman indicated tonight. So I'll be voting no. Any further comment on this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion fails 1-4. Watson in favor, remainder of the council against. Item 5.3, consideration of a request to demolish the convenience store, gas pumps, and car wash at 100 East Saginaw Road and reconstruct a new convenience store and gas pumps. You're still up.
So as you know, this request is to remove the existing gas station or obsolete gas station at the southeast corner of Abbott and Saginaw Road and build a new gas station, fuel pumps, but without a new car wash. During the discussion last time, there were questions about landscaping, the form of the property sort of as visible from the corner, and also some questions about where exactly the property line is between this site and the public right-of-way that takes up a large proportion of that corner. In my conversations with the applicant, they looked at their site plan, and essentially the boundary of the parking lot as proposed, the new paved surface with the curb and with landscaping as proposed, would go right up to the point where the building is now. And correct me if I'm wrong to the applicant, but and so there really wasn't space, I guess, given the site circulation needs to retain that building or parts of it or the existing topography. There had also been a question about renderings and how the property looks, and renderings have been provided for you in your packet. And then finally, I just wanted to make a note that a condition of approval, if the council is so inclined, a condition of approval had been to require stormwater treatment to a 100-year floodplain. I'm gonna ruin the terminology, but essentially the 100-year floodplain threshold for stormwater treatment is not required on this site after discussions with the applicant and DPW. So we'd suggest that if you are to approve this tonight, that your condition of approval would simply be to make sure that stormwater treatment is approved by the city engineer without the 100-year language. With that, I know that the applicant is here tonight and can answer any questions if you have any for them. Otherwise, I'm happy to field any questions right now.
Any other questions for staff? Yes, sir.
The conditions are in the staff report, right? Or listed on the staff report. And I don't have it up in front of me, but you included the condition about the sidewalks. Is that in there?
Yes. There had been a discussion. No, I'm sorry. I don't believe I added that as a condition within the staff report. There had been a discussion and a previous condition of approval. I'm sorry, I'll need to look that up. The previous condition of approval from 2016 had included a condition to essentially relocate or move the sidewalk away from Abbott Road to give some space between the street and pedestrians, and also potentially to increase the width of the sidewalk from 5 feet to 8 feet, all of which would be subject, or I guess would have a threshold of action once the sidewalk to the north in the public right-of-way and the sidewalk to the south on the USPS property, Postal Service property, would have the same changes made. I think it would be entirely reasonable to include such a condition again.
It's in there.
It is in there.
Yep.
Good. I did better work than I thought. So as reflected in your staff report, that condition is in there. The condition I'd suggest changing is condition number 4, to simply read that the required calculations in stormwater management plan shall be approved by the city engineer. And Councilmember Altman, does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. We had a discussion about retention of the berm. Is there a condition that retains the berm, a berm anyway, between Saginaw Street and the property being utilized? In other words, gas pumps.
We did not include a condition at this point about the berm, and that was because in our discussions with the applicant, they were finding that it would not be feasible to retain that berm and also have the site circulation as needed for the proposal. So it would be replaced by pavement, and essentially the site would be leveled.
Would you mind then telling me what the requirement is for landscaping at that location, particularly between Saginaw Street and the property?
Sure. The landscape screening requirement would be a mixture of trees and shrubs. The exact number I'd have to look up,
Okay.
but we would not require a berm in this case.
I have a question for me. Who owns the Clear Vision area?
My understanding is it's MDOT right of way.
It's MDOT right away. Correct. So does MDOT have to give them permission to level the berm?
No, if it's, as long as it's on your property. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the berm's not.
The berm's not on MDOT property, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so we confirmed that, no, the berm itself, as it is today, is not located on the public right of way. It's located on this property.
Okay.
And so to remove that topography would not require MDOT approval.
So then just to follow up, the fieldstone wall there in the back of the building that faces the intersection, that is not the boundary of the Clear Vision area, is that correct?
Correct.
The
The
right of
boundary
way
is just in front.
Okay. Okay.
So the MDOT right of way area itself is flat for all intents and purposes.
Why are there 17 parking spaces?
Good question. I mean,
Go ahead.
Okay. Council members, my name is Steve Whitty from Netterbeld. Council members, my name is Steve Whitty from Netterbeld here tonight, representing the applicant. Jason Barris is also with me in attendance. So the number of parking spaces, that includes the parking spaces at the islands themselves. So if you exclude those, you really only, I have to look, but like maybe 7 spaces for the convenience store side of it. So we're really not over parked. We meet the ordinance. Getting to the question before that, the existing 4-foot concrete wall is, quite frankly, kind of right at the right-of-way line. And then like Landon said, our proposed pavement is 3 feet on our property at the start of it. So then if you look at the distance between the face of the existing building and where the front of the canopy would be, I think that the difference there was about 28 feet further off the road. So you're a little further off the road than what that existing building is. And then answering your question on landscaping, we're proposing actually more landscaping than is required by the ordinance. Along that frontage, there's 6 trees and 27 shrubs that we're adding. I don't think your ordinance even requires shrubs, but as a compromise with the Planning Commission, we're adding those shrubs for additional screening. So hopefully that answers your question. If you have any more questions, though, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
How do you feel about charging stations?
Jason can probably answer that better than I can. I know that they have it constructed so they're EV ready, but they don't put them in for the exact same reason why Mr. Car Wash had said that people that go to convenience stores, they typically don't want to wait around for 10, 15, 20 minutes for it to charge. Technology is always improving over the years. So 5 years from now, a year from now, 10 years from now, maybe that technology will be such that you can plug it in and within 5 minutes it'll be charged. Then it might become feasible. But right now it's kind of difficult to provide. But again, they can set it up so that if and when that technology is available, that it is feasible to do, it can be done.
Well, Mr. Car Wash gave us one.
I can let Jason speak to that, but the way I look at it is, and I realize it's a special land use and we're changing the layout of the site, but the special land use is a little bit different because the gas station is already there and there's a car wash there. So we're actually decreasing the amount of special land use that we're requesting. So I realize you have the ability to ask for the charging station, but I don't think that's really a standard in your ordinance that is required. So I think, speaking for Jason, we'd appreciate not having to actually install the actual feasible connect to as soon as it's constructed charging station.
Okay, and it's unfair to ask you, and I'm sure
Yeah.
Jason will pop up when he thinks he needs to, but so exactly what is a, quote, convenience store, end quote?
It has, like...
Let me stop
Okay.
you. So does a convenience store involve beer and wine and alcoholic and hard liquor?
I believe they have, it's like any gas station you ever go to, so they have the chips that you can buy, the fountain pop, and then they typically have a cooler that has beer and alcohol that you can buy,
Yeah,
but you don't like...
That's not the gas station I go to, so.
Okay,
I'm
well-
just asking.
All right, Jason Bears, I'm here,
Yes, sir.
so I'm up. So your first question is about the convenience store, what it entails. It's basically the same thing that's there now. We've got beer, wine, cigarettes, lotto, candy, pop, energy drinks, water. That's
So do you inherit their liquor license?
we have the SDM license. When you say liquor license, there's a differential between the SDD, which is liquor.
So they've escrowed their license and you'll pick it up?
No, we have our own license. We only have the SDM beer and wine, not liquor. There's no liquor at the store.
Okay, thank you. So I understand between the two of you, you won't even give us one already ready charging
Charging
station.
stations are a conflict of interest. No, so basically, our thought.
Not in East Lansing, not in East
Our
Lansing.
thought on, the technology has changed so much on charging stations.
It's fine. I'm
No, I
putting you
know.
on the
No, but I'm
spot.
just-
So is the answer yes or no? Will you give us one?
The way we build stuff now, we're running extra conduits, we're putting more power in, but we can make it ready, but we're not going to put one in right now.
Okay, and so how many are, what's the term you use, something ready?
EV ready.
How many EV ready locations do you have?
Technically speaking, every pump would be EV ready.
Oh, they'd be at the pump?
Yeah, so that's where I was kind of going. When we're building stuff, to realistically, because it's kind of our world, when you see EV chargers someplace at a hotel or whatever, they're nothing more than a hopped up little extension cord. They're not the high intensity, high charging, fast charging stations. So if we're ever going to get in that business, we've always said down the road, we'll take one pump off and we'll add a high output charging station that's going to charge your car in 10 minutes, which would be comparable to what a gas, like filling up your car if you were going to put 20 gallons in it. But where that technology is, there's so many people out there that say they can do this and say they can do that, and things change that they're really just, and there's the costs and everything have been all over the board right now, and it just hasn't got to that point.
We understand.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Hang on, Carrie's got a question, I think.
I do want to say ChargePoint has 2 fast chargers at the Shell station in Brighton that are very busy. I spent 20 minutes there in my friend's EV, and I bought lots of stuff inside.
Yeah.
So I just want to say for the record, we can do 20 minutes, and there's a lot of federal incentives that are helping support deploy infrastructure on this. So there could be a deal to get you to yes.
Yeah, there's lots of grants, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
agree, yeah,
just want to put that out there. And then I do want to echo what Ms. Watson said to you a couple weeks ago, that free air,
It's a
that is
big
also
deal.
a hot ticket. I'm just saying. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know if
yeah.
you would consider that, it would be nice.
Okay.
Mr. Meadows?
It's a very similar comment. Just note that where we used to have our cabin before we sold it up in Grayling, the Speedway station has 4 EV charging stations at the Speedway station, 2 of which I think are put in by Tesla. So you might want to talk to them because I think they do that without any cost to you.
Okay, any other questions for staff, or do we have a motion? I don't think we have a motion. Somebody want to make a motion? Meadows moves approval. Is there a second?
because I think I have to be a bit bigger on
The
that.
conditions, yeah.
Move approval with the language and that has been suggested to condition number 4 by Landon, and I don't think there's anything else that we have to add at this point in time. Is that correct? Okay, that's my motion. All the other conditions, of course.
Okay, would you consider seconded by Watson, correct? Yes. Would you consider a friendly amendment to condition number 8? Which currently reads, no vehicles shall be parked on the site for the purposes of selling or renting such vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to insert after the words vehicles, or for the purpose of selling or renting such vehicles or parking places. And then go on with the rest of the paragraph.
I accept.
What page is that?
Well, 618 on mine, it's partway through the staff.
Is it in the staff report?
Yes.
Does anyone know what page it is?
Yes, page 10 of the staff report.
Are you okay with?
You said it was number 8?
Yes.
I just want to read it again, sorry.
It would now read, no vehicle shall be parked on the site for the purpose of selling or renting such vehicles, and then we'd insert or parking spaces.
Why? I guess.
Because I don't want them to rent parking spaces to students or anybody else. I know you didn't. Shouldn't have given you the idea. That's the reason. Can you go along with that one? Yes? Okay. So, any discussion on the motion as modified? Anybody? Okay. I'm going to vote against this motion because I don't feel that this satisfies the special use permit conditions, and specifically, well, first of all, the general standards for site plan approval. Because it says in item number 2, natural features, the site shall be designed and developed to minimize the disruption or loss of its desirable natural qualities and to enhance its overall appearance. As I said earlier when we had this before us, and I thank you guys for making this proposal. It's a good proposal, and you've done this with intellectual honesty, and I appreciate the staff report. I just think this is a really unique site, and I think the removal of the wall and berm to the extent they are on your property is not, I think those have become, in my view, a desirable natural quality, and they enhance its overall appearance, and I don't see your plan, which, all due respect to you guys, is the stereotypical canopied gas station convenience store that we see all over America. I just don't think that plan complies with that particular part of this. And then on the special use permit criteria, I don't think this is in compliance with number 3, which is the proposed site size, height, architectural character, and placement of new or expanded structures on the site shall be reasonably compatible with the existing or anticipated buildings on adjacent properties. And then I also don't think this is consistent with item number 5 on the special use permit analysis, which is, quote, the proposed use shall not adversely affect the use and enjoyment of adjacent properties by generating excessive noise, vibration, light, glare, odors, or any other form of pollution or nuisances. I think that the council and the planning commission several years ago figured out a pretty neat solution to this corner. I think it's a good solution, and I understand the world changes, but I think this site could be salvaged with a little more creative planning from a landscape and construction standpoint. So I'll be voting against it. Anything else for the record?
I did dig into the records for this particular property. When this gas station, as it's currently designed, was designed in 1968, it was a big deal. It was actually sort of an important piece of mid-century modern architecture. And the owners at the time put a lot of effort into creative architecture and also screening the gas pumps. And so, a planning commissioner also noted that losing this gas station as it is would lose an element of mid-century modern architecture. And we also had a caller last time we talked about it make a similar suggestion. So on those grounds, I will follow the mayor's lead.
Okay. Any other comments before we vote? All those, go ahead.
I hate to say that I'm agreeing with the mayor on this, but I'm also going to be voting no on this motion. For the reasons that Councilmember Altman just mentioned and the mayor mentioned. But also I think that there's another way of designing this that would accommodate, even if we were to lose the berm along the street and add the 8-foot sidewalk through there, I think there's a way to redesign this property to accomplish some of the objectives that were in place in 1968 and move the pumps in a different location and move the convenience store basically flipping the site. So I'll be voting no at this time. I think there's a better way to do this.
Anything else for the record? Go ahead, please.
I plan to vote yes, and it was eye-opening to hear during our last conversation about the design of gas stations in the city of East Lansing. I've been a student here in East Lansing in the late 90s, and I returned to the city of East Lansing in about 2008. And so seeing how gas stations are designed and being thoughtful or seeing them as problematic or not is an interesting perspective, because sometimes it's just like, where's the gas station at so I can get some gas? And so, as I said before, I think this gas station is one of the most convenient, as in driving in and driving out gas stations. And I think it's pretty cool that you guys were going to offer more gas stations as well as a better car wash, because that car wash is not in service right now. And I remember when I go to that gas station, there were times that there was a big hole in the gas station area before you actually got gas. But again, the convenience, you just figure out how to avoid that hole. But it was a great idea to redesign this, and I'll be voting in support of it.
Okay. Anything else? You did the motion in the affirmative, correct? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion fails. Ebersol, Singh, and Watson vote in favor of. Altman, Meadows, and Brookover vote against. Okay. Item 5.4, consideration of the 4 to 3 lane conversion and installation of bike lanes and 2 pedestrian crossings on Hagedorn Road from Grand River Avenue to Burcham Drive. Mr. House, I think.
Yes. Good evening, Council. Scott House, Director of Public Works. Before you today is consideration of the improvements to Hagedorn Road from Burcham Avenue to Grand River Avenue, converting from 4 traffic lanes to 3 traffic lanes with the addition of 2 bike lanes and 2 pedestrian crossings. And way of background on that, there's currently no pedestrian crossings in that 0.67 mile crossing. In October of 2023, we conducted a traffic study by Rowe Engineering. They found that the project was feasible there. They looked at the various conditions. The road currently has just under 15,000 average annual daily traffic. We acknowledged there's 11 unsignalized intersections, 54 driveways, and 6 bus stops. This went before the Transportation Commission on December 4th for a public hearing. Thereafter, it went to the commission again on the 8th of January. It was unanimously approved. During that hearing, they made special emphasis that that we focus on concerns in neighborhood traffic, to include studying that and to initiate additional calming measures through that study to relieve some of these concerns. During the public hearing on the 4th, there was a lot of concern about cut-through traffic. The fact of the matter, though, is our traffic study indicates if we do nothing, conditions on Hagedorn will get worse. And that by doing the traffic study, future conditions will be better, except for 2 turning movements. If you want, I could walk you through the road more in detail, or the layout of that. But also, during this process, we looked at the history of the past few traffic 4-to-3 conversions we've done. We've all seen significant reductions in accidents. These projects have worked out as projected through the studies and through interactions with our consultants. In fact, we've not received any negative feedback. At first, there was always trepidation, fear of the unknown, and it has worked out. And granted, Hagedorn might not be the best bicycle corridor, but this is also about safety. It will also improve conditions for those that are walking on the road. It will give you more space from traffic moving. It will slow people down as well. And the greatest aspect here that's been missing has been the pedestrian crossing. One thing to note on that as well, there will be rectangular rapid flash beacons that will be installed on both islands that will help protect pedestrians as they cross that area. The posted speed is 35 miles per hour, or 30 miles per hour. The design speed is 35 miles per hour. There's questions about what about buses or trash and other things that might interfere with that. Well, the fact of the matter, we do not collect trash during peak hours. We want to be safe for our crews, but also want to be smart about what we do for traffic. And when you look at how Abbott currently conforms and there's buses, people weave around it. Other benefits of 4-to-3 conversion, when people are turning, they are the ones that cause rear end accidents. They stop and people hit them. Here you can go into the sanctuary middle lane, you can pause and you can turn when the window opens up. There was also concerns about what would this do for people that live along that street. During rush hour will be rush hour. There will be peak traffic and it will be tough, just as it is today. But you have a better chance at times to get into that center lane to turn in or turn out as well. But there will still be delays regardless. This is a busy street. The other fact of the matter is that Grand River and Hagedorn is our most dangerous intersection that there is. And this might help people get there safer, but there's going to be no change to the alignment of lanes at that intersection nor at Burcham. Subject to your questions.
I have several questions. Go ahead, Mr. Meadow.
With regard to the pedestrian crossings, could you describe exactly where those are?
Yes, we can pull up a presentation here.
Could you please, so
Yep.
we can visualize
This
it?
is a broad overview. We'll go to the next slide. So this is the Grand River. You see no change. There's roughly 300 feet of taper. There's more. Next slide. So you see the first one just north of Albert, south of Ann Street.
The first what?
The first mid-block crossing.
Okay, I can't see anything on that, so
It's,
can somebody point that out to me?
It's the hash lines.
Okay, so while we're on that topic, if you don't mind, Mr. Meadows,
Yeah, go ahead.
so what does that mean? Is there a crosswalk there? I thought you said something about caution lights?
So what that will be is there'll be an island in the middle of the road, similar to in front of City Hall. There'll be a rectangular rapid flash beacon. So if you want to cross, you'll push a button and it'll flash to alert traffic that pedestrians are crossing. And the hatch marks will indicate where pedestrians are crossing as well. A lot of this was based on where are people currently jaywalking and input from the Transportation Commission as well as Safe Routes to School.
And did you say there's only one of those along this stretch then?
There are currently 0.
No.
There's 2.
Okay.
Yep.
And so this would essentially be a duplicate of the crossing in front of City Hall?
With a rectangular rapid flash beacon.
Okay, which we don't have in front of City Hall. Okay. So, and I'm sorry, you said there'd be 2 of these?
Yep, if we go to the next slide. So you see that one just north of Beach, south of Melrose.
Okay, and so the timing on these flasher lights, which coincidentally, it would be nice if we had one in front of City Hall, but that aside, what's the timing interval on those?
They can be adjusted, but you push them, there's a delay, then they'll start flashing to give the motorists to alert them to the crossing. They'll flash for several seconds to allow the pedestrian to cross.
Okay, and do they also have the audio component like we do other places?
Not necessarily. That's something we could look at.
Okay. So if I'm disabled, if I'm a disabled adult, let's just say a disabled adult not in a wheelchair, how do I get across that road, given the context you gave us that it's always going to be a busy road at certain times of the day?
Well, this would definitely help because it would add the truncated mat, which is a tactile mat that the pedestrian crosses the ramp. So if you have a cane, if you're visually impaired, you'll be able to see that, and that will indicate that you're going to cross perpendicular to that site. I can follow up on the audio side of that, but I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So are there warrants for those kinds of crossings?
There is to a certain extent where you want to put them where there is demand, because if you put them in places where they don't make sense, they will lose effectiveness.
Yeah, I think maybe you're not quite getting me. I guess what I want to know is there a warrant for a population that demands some special services in terms of crossing streets? Let me just say it this way, Scott. It's a nice idea, but I just don't think we do a very good job of making our streets and sidewalks friendly for the disabled at any age. And so we'll end up doing what we're doing tonight, but I sure would hope that you guys, you people, you folks, figure out the safest way for people to cross who have disabilities at this site with sound and everything else. So now let me just ask you that. So let's just say that time period's 2 minutes. Just take that as a constant. So what's that going to do to the traffic?
So what that does, it alerts motorists that someone's there, so they're looking. Once the person clears the crosswalk, traffic can continue to pass.
Okay. So why would you not, given that construct that I'm setting up for you, why would you not put in stop lights or caution lights or some sort of a stop system?
This is more fluid than putting in a full-blown signal. An alternative would be a signal at Albert and Hagedorn as well. This allows traffic to free flow more without fewer restrictions.
And I think you mentioned something earlier, but maybe it was somebody else. So, no, I think it was you. Are you suggesting that it's legal for somebody, like a cat of bus stops at a bus stop along this route, it's legal for somebody to go around the bus into that middle lane?
Yes.
Really?
It's operates as a passing lane. We could talk to the chief as well.
So if I'm going down Burcham at the speed limit, which has happened to me probably 5 times since we redid Burcham, if I'm going down Burcham at the speed limit, which I think is 25 miles per hour, and somebody passes me in the middle lane going 45 miles an hour,
Well,
that's legal?
That would be illegal, 45.
Okay. So it's legal to use that middle lane to pass somebody as long as you're going the speed limit?
As long as they're stopped.
Chief?
Sorry, Chief.
I don't know what the lining, the markings are. If it's 2 double yellow lines, it can't pass. I'm not too sure what the marking is on those streets you're inquiring about. I think it's only one yellow line. For my
Okay,
general
and so
recollection.
you can pass a bus that's stopped?
Technically, if there's only one line, we can pass the bus on the left.
How about a car that's going?
That'd be illegal. I mean, that's an improper use because it's made for one lane. The center lane would be for left turn only. So that'll be just to be passing for speed. We would stop that car for illegal lane usage of that car because the other car was still moving. But we would not cite a car for a stop bus to go around it. But we would just consider improper lane usage for that center lane if another car was moving in the same direction.
Okay, and then I'm confused. I drove that tonight for the 7,000th time in my life. But I thought you said something, but I didn't see it on the plan. So Of course, the horrible intersection is Grand River and this street. And it's horrible because of all the traffic going in and out of Michigan State University. And so I'm confused. Are there still going to be 4 lanes going south on Hagedorn on our side of Grand River?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not changing any of the lane configurations at Hagedorn and Grand River, north to the north at Burcham. The current alignments will be maintained. And we talk about the zipper, there'll be roughly the 300 feet to allow people to unmerge and to get into the respective stack lanes.
So it'll be the equivalent of Abbott Road down from my office where you have 4 lanes and then you have to narrow on the other side of Saginaw, correct? Okay, thank you. That helps me. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue mine then. Is there any reason that you didn't suggest that we put pedestrian-operated lights at these crossing areas?
So looking at like a dedicated stoplight, like say that's on Abbott, given the 4-to-3 conversion, the island is safer and allows more for the free flow of pedestrians and traffic as well versus putting a dedicated street light at, say, Albert. This also allows you more flexibility with additional crossing points. Because a lot of this is mirroring pedestrians or water. They're going to cross where they want to. This is trying to align where they're crossing and provide them the infrastructure they need.
Okay, but for instance, on Abbott Road, where we cross to catch up with the trail, we provide a pedestrian-operated light. At the other end, on Lake Lansing Road, we provide a pedestrian-operated light, and it seems to function fine. And it would also allow somebody in a wheelchair to easily cross that street. So why aren't we talking about that at these particular locations? I mean, it may be great that we're improving the crossing by having flashing lights to say somebody wants to cross here, but unless we have a penalty that is associated with failing to stop when that light is on, we haven't really accomplished anything.
When the rectangular rapid flash beacons are flashing and a pedestrian is in the crosswalk, they do have right of way at that point. So so I think that what we have on Abbott and Lake Lansing, those are older methods. Now what we're seeing are the pedestrian islands. We're seeing these RFBs as well, and that's a more elevated traffic control. So that's why that wasn't considered. Because if we started to put stoplights, additional stoplights, or that would really slow down traffic, but make things certainly safer. But then you lose some of that free flow of everything that's happening on there as well.
Well, we're trying to slow down traffic, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Okay. So I'll just say something about the Albert. You mentioned the Albert light. I'll just say that I don't remember what year it was, but we had quite a fight in town when one was proposed there previously, and I don't think it would be supported by probably anybody in the neighborhoods because of the weird turns that it would provide, and it wouldn't really function very easily anyway. But pedestrian-operated lights, I think, would be an improvement to this plan. That doesn't mean that I don't support the plan, but I think that should be kept in mind as you go forward, maybe before it's finished. Okay.
Other questions, discussion? Dana?
Any lessons learned since putting in the pedestrian, what are they called, pedestrian?
The pedestrian islands, like on, say, Burcham.
Yeah, any lessons learned? Because I know one had to, get moved, and one had to get that left turn, left turn.
So that kind of reminds us that people aren't paying attention when they're driving. I'd rather someone hit an island and put their cell phone down versus hit a pedestrian. That's the fact of the matter. How it amazes me on how signs are harvested in the middle of islands when the pavement's dry. We live in a new world where people are distracted driving, they're not paying attention, and it's more dangerous to be in some of these areas as a pedestrian because pedestrians can't assume that people are looking for them, and especially the younger the age.
Yeah.
Or the older.
Correct.
And you're not changing the speed limit, or is there a okay.
You live right on Hagen, How do you think this is going to affect you? I'm just curious, if you don't mind talking
No,
about
it's
that.
fine, because I sent a number of questions today, this afternoon, and there's comfort, and I spoke with Councilmember Altman too about it more in depth, and I attended the Transportation Commission's the first feedback, and so there's comfort in traffic slowing down, and so I get that piece of it. And then I was nervous about the zips, but the zips seem like it's not going to be problematic for the people trying to pull out of their driveways or into their driveways. And I was also worried about traffic pickup. Trash pickup and recycling pickup, because I know what time it happens at. And just if there's some flexibility, if it appears that there's a lot of stops the truck has to make on that street, because there's a lot of driveways.
54 driveways.
Yeah, 54 driveways. Thank you. And so, so I thought about that, but you shared your response, and it seems like maybe if it's not working, they would be able to reschedule, like if it's inconvenient and lots of cars are zipping in and out, which they will be, and it's like 8 in the morning that the trash pickup happens, which is that prime time. And the last thing I recall being really concerned about was the timing of the lights. And we don't want to sit at Hagedorn heading south and Grand River for a very long time. And if it's not, and hopefully there's an adjustment that can be made, but I think can you remind me what you commented on that, Scott?
So that's the toughest intersection we face. We interface with our MDOT partners often. In fact, many of those people we interface will be appearing here in a couple minutes. There's options at Burcham, though. There was discussions about weighing the phases depending on demand, making one phase east-west longer or north-south depending on the time of day. A lot more flexibility there.
And just also, I think it's great to have the pedestrian spots, because Marble kids are across the street on Hagedorn, and I'm on Hagedorn, and some of children's parents don't want their kids crossing the street to come walk with my son to school, because there is no pedestrian walk, and so I think that part is great. And then our bicyclists on Hagedorn they use the sidewalk, except for this one or two brave people. One of them has that electronic wheel thing. What's the 2Z? It's like a wheel, and you can fly down the street. He's very brave, but
Yes.
yeah, but I think it would be great to add that part for people too.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, I know it was a couple meetings back about the Harrison pedestrian islands that are going up. Are we also going to have lighting?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but maybe if someone from the Safe Routes to School can save me here on that one.
Yeah, there are, with lights too? Okay, good, because I don't want Hagedorn having something Harrison needs too. I mean, he's getting charging stations, so, I wanted to get my voice out here. And as someone who used to live to the east of Hagedorn, I know it's like playing Frogger sometimes getting across to head downtown. And as we want to continue to make our community more walkable, I appreciate the safety measures here. So thank you, Scott. And Commission. Let's review this.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Do we have a motion?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I move approval of the 4 to 3 lane conversion as detailed on the agenda and in our packet.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. What is it that we're actually approving that's in our packet?
We wanted to make this kind of agnostic. We didn't want to force the decision and bring the MDOT contract. We wanted you to approve the concept, because there's a lot of discussion about this. This is to move forward with the 4 to 3, and as we enter the final phases with MDOT for project award, and you'll see various contracts come back.
And then we'll be able to vote on those contracts?
You will as well. But those will be standard federal aid projects or contracts. See, we want to talk money here. We want to talk concept, because one of the discussions that was brought up during public comment was we're just trying to save money. Nope, we just want to get the concept out. People like the concept, then we'll talk money later.
Okay, so I just want to go back a step. So is the concept here that on these pedestrian islands, you're going to have crosswalks with lights?
Yes, and a refuge island in the middle of the road.
Okay. And is your concept now that you're going to have crosswalks with lights and audio?
We will explore audio.
So that's like maybe part of the concept?
I can't answer that on a whim here. I would have to follow up with you.
Maybe on the pricing option for the project, potentially?
That question might be able to get, frankly, some of my MDOT colleagues might be able to answer that question.
Well, is this an MDOT road?
No, but the funding comes through federal aid.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So if we decided we wanted to install something like that, it's possible we might have to pay for it ourselves.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we got them all over town, right? We got them all over Michigan State University, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. Any further discussion? Eric?
I do want to address my motion, if I could.
Sure.
I didn't have any questions, but I do want to take the opportunity to explain my decision here, which will probably not be supported by a bunch of people in the Brookfield neighborhood, but I did promise to explain my decision even if people didn't like it. So that's what I'm going to do. One of the things that's sort of hard to appreciate is that we have a lot of road diets in place already around the city. And one of the ones that I think is sort of least likely for us to think about as a road diet is Grand River between downtown and Frandor. That used to be 2 travel lanes each way, and now it's 1 travel lane each way with a center turn lane, and nobody seems to be concerned about that. And that has a lot of houses along it, which was a question that came up in my discussion with Councilmember Watson, is that some of these places where we have road diets don't have a lot of driveways, but that has a lot of driveways, and it seems to work just fine. And so there are actually 8 of these around the city, and the exact 8 are detailed in the materials attached to this agenda item. And they've all gone in without any incident, and people like them just fine. The drivers seem to like them. I've talked to a lot of neighbors in those places who don't have any concerns about them. And when people have concerns about traffic that are ongoing concerns, like speeding, like they don't like the speed limit because it's too high, you hear about that. And so I would have expected to hear about concerns that people had with these road diets when I was canvassing in neighborhoods beside Harrison and Abbott last fall, and nobody ever mentioned this. So we have very few complaints about these things. One of the questions that comes up is about how these things work. So the data locally and nationally are that they work in various ways. They reduce crashes without increasing congestion. And one of the ways that I understand this is that when you have traffic volumes that are below a certain level on a road with 2 travel lanes, the right metaphor is not water flow. It's tempting to think about traffic as water flow. And if you constrict the pipe, then the pressure increases, and that maps to congestion. If you have traffic flow that's below a certain level, I think a more accurate metaphor, and I want to thank Scott for this, is that what you're doing is you're zipping 2 lanes together to create 2 zip together things that is the same length as the 2 pieces were before. And so that's why these things tend not to increase congestion if the traffic volumes are below a certain level, which is a test that's built into this project. One of the concerns that we heard loud and clear at the Transportation Commission meeting in December, and that we've seen in our communications, is concerns about people getting out of their driveways and getting out of their neighborhoods. And these are absolutely reasonable concerns, and I'm glad people raised these issues because they're real. These movements should get better under this rather than worse. And the basic reason is that suppose you're getting out of your driveway and turning left, or out of Albert Street turning left. You only have to cut across 1 travel lane instead of cutting across 2 travel lanes and then finding a gap in the 3rd travel lane going the other direction. in the road diet, you only have to cross one travel lane and you can pull into the center lane. So the timing of the turns is a lot easier, right? Assuming that congestion doesn't go up substantially. So that's one of the reasons that the simulations show that the level of service is actually going to improve under the road diet. Right turn movements from minor approaches and out of your driveway are going to get a little easier because you have the bike lane as a cushion. You have a little more space to maneuver there, and you don't have to worry about sticking your nose into the other travel lane. You don't have to have the very tight turn. There were concerns about the Consumers Project sort of being portending lots of problems. I don't think the Consumer Project is a good model for this for a couple of reasons. And one, I want to channel somebody who wrote into us about this. The Consumers Project took away a lane, but here you're going to have the passing lane. So if there is a bus stop or a garbage truck stopped, you can pull around it using the center lane as a passing lane. The other issue with the Consumers Project is that some of the construction was on Grand River, and the taper for that was set up so that it made perfect sense for a driver going westbound on Grand River and wanting to go north on Hagedorn to turn on Maplewood and cut through the neighborhood and go north on Hagedorn. So but that's not going to be an issue because there's no construction on Grand River here. It's all on Hagedorn. There are other benefits that various other people have noted. Getting the turning traffic out of a travel lane into its own lane is a big deal. There's the new crosswalks, which are going to connect neighborhoods that are now not very connected. And some people will use the bike lanes. So there's a wide range of benefits to this. I wanted to say all this once. I apologize for taking some time, but we have got an awful lot of feedback on this, and I wanted to be able to explain my decision once in a way that people could access it. So I will certainly be supporting the project. I'm glad we're doing it, and that is all I have to say on the subject.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
For many of the same reasons, but I think I've been on council through most of the times that we voted to go to 2 lanes, a left turn, right turn lane, and bike lanes, including the first one, which was Burcham Road. I'll just note that Bill Sharp, who served on the council with me at that time, was kind of angrily opposed to that. And about 6 months later, he told me I was completely wrong. The people along that street appreciated what we did. It slowed down traffic. It made it safer. It just works that way. And in almost all of these, the decision has been, especially Abbott Road, has been challenged by people who said there's going to be cut-through traffic, there's going to be a lot more accidents, there's going to be a whole lot of things that simply don't develop. And I think this will make a safer roadway. I guess my only sort of complaint about any of these is where the merge lane takes place. We probably should say use both lanes when you merge, because even on the highway, MDOT is recommending, look, wait till you get to the point where you have to merge, because it moves more traffic through there. I think this is a very good change for this particular location. I would prefer, pedestrian or operated lights to do the crossings, but if this is the more modern way of us approaching this, I'm happy to go along with that too. So I'll be voting yes on this wholeheartedly, actually. Let me say one last thing. I recognize the concerns of the people who live on Maplewood and Oakland, and I appreciate that. But I don't think those are going to develop. I think that the likely result from people who say, I'm just going to cut through the neighborhood, is that it takes them a lot longer to get wherever they're going, and they're going to stay on the roadway and go forward on that.
Anybody else? I'm going to vote for this very reluctantly, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say for a reason directed to you, Mr. House, and staff. And you've done a wonderful job on this. I want you to understand that. But I've lived with Abbott Road, and so there are a couple anecdotal comments that I have about the Abbott Road going to 3 lanes, which in the end I think is good. But there are some other things that have happened. I start with a history of representing a professor who was killed crossing Abbott Road back in I think it was the 80s, because there was no cross signal at the library. And funny thing happened, he gets killed and we put in a signal. So that's why I stress these signals, and I appreciate what you said tonight, but I'm really going to be interested in making sure that with this volume of traffic on Hagedorn Road, people have a way of crossing that street safely. It's all well and good to say that we're going to be, walking friendly and biking friendly and all that stuff, but the reality is, if you're confronted with those lanes of traffic on Hagedorn Road at, I don't know, I'll just pick 4:15 to 6:15 in the afternoon, it's horrible. I also suggest, I kind of accept the idea that this is traffic calming, and it may be a result of the pandemic, and I also direct this to you, Chief Johnson. But as far as I can tell, nothing has changed on Abbott Road with the diminution to 3 lanes. It's still effectively a racetrack. So I think we have an enforcement problem. I think speed on all these streets is way too high. I respect Professor Altman's diagnosis, but every street he named where we've done these projects might be a result of other things. The speeds are horrible. The speeds in downtown East Lansing are horrible. The speeds in front of People's Church where you're trying to merge traffic into the same configuration are horrible. The speeds on Michigan Avenue are horrible, and we need to have better enforcement. We can't have better enforcement until we have more police officers. I get that. But I just think that's something we need to stress. And so I just think there's been what I would call a speed creep, which is part of the issue here. And I think we can make this change. I think it probably in the end is beneficial, but unless we enhance it with enforcement of the traffic laws, then I think we've just spent a lot of money for something that in the end isn't really going to help a whole lot. So I don't want people to get hurt. I don't like that. So I'm going to vote for it, and I appreciate all your work and everything, but I want us to keep an eye on this going forward. I want you to keep an eye on this going forward, please. Okay, anything else? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. We move to the next item, 5.5, consideration of the Michigan Department of Transportation's request to modify Trowbridge Road within the city of East Lansing as part of their US 127 improvements to improve traffic safety.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to give you some background on this, but first I'm going to introduce some guests from MDOT. I'll let you guys introduce yourself and say your name and title.
My name is Greg Losh. I'm the University Region Engineer for MDOT.
I'm another Greg. My name is Greg Waite. I work at CED.
And then Rick Shalati, the project manager on the job for CED.
Erin Shalati, I'm the MDOT Lansing TSC manager.
We brought a whole team because we've been working on this for a while.
I'm Dave Harrison. I'm the Projects and Contracts Administrator at the Lansing TSC.
Josh Dudich, engineer with CED.
All right, if you'd like, I can give you a quick background of how we got here. So MDOT's been working with the city since approximately 2021 to talk about this project, but this started taking formal action at the Transportation Commission on 2nd October, where MDOT made a presentation. At that meeting, it was approved by the Transportation Commission unanimously, subject to 3 conditions: that MDOT share existing data and post-construction speed data informally. Second, that the design proves unsuccessful, that MDOT will work with the city to make modifications. And third, that there is a request to increase speed enforcement enforcement along Trowbridge based on feedback from the neighborhood. Then at the October 10th, 2023 meeting, we had the, I believe it was about an hour and some change presentation from Mr. Richard Shalati here regarding the animation and traffic flow. Thereafter, there were several requests for information made, and those were presented regarding warrants and turning movements. So at the end of the day here, we know this project is unpopular. We know that this has taken away 2 cut-throughs at Palmer and at Arbor Drive. However, the end result will be safer and it will be more efficient. The big picture here is that Trowbridge is a regional transportation hub that provides access to MSU and the city of East Lansing. And we encounter a lot of first-time drivers, and there's a history of accidents here, and we look at the current alignment and design, it does not meet current standards. The fact is that if you try to pull forward through Arbor Drive, you have a long vehicle or trailer and you get stuck, you're going to be blocking a lane of traffic and you can cause accidents. And the similar movements at Palmer. MDOT has done a great job of highlighting those deficiencies, almost too well to our chagrin, but it's the fact of where we are. MDOT, we've taken questions and concerns back from the neighborhood back to them, throw things at them. MDOT's challenge, I don't want to speak for them though. This project has been designed, bid, and awarded. Work has started, the contractor is staging. The only thing that they do not have is permission from City Council to make their designed improvements within the city of East Lansing. This is unique in that typically MDOT works within their own right-of-way and jurisdiction. Here they would have to receive a permit what would be asked of the council is to authorize or to approve their design and authorize city staff to issue them permits to commence work within the city limits. And from here, MDOT's here to, I don't know if you want to add anything to this or be prepared to answer questions.
I think we're prepared to answer questions and add as needed.
Okay, questions? Mr. Altman?
Yeah, I have several, so please bear with me. And I will start out by saying I really appreciate everybody's willingness to make time to answer questions, and MDOT and Bergman set aside an hour to talk to me about this stuff. I really appreciate their answers and their interaction, and thanks to Scott for setting up that connection. So one question is whether the conditions proposed by the Transportation Commission, are those binding?
So I would say that we talked, MDOT's agreed to share data. They've said that. Part of the modifications is part of their post-evaluation. They would study it post-construction. They would evaluate it. They would see how it's adapting. They would respond to feedback. So that's part of the dynamic. It's more structured, and it's in their HISP design, which is let me spell out, the Highway Safety Improvement Program. So they build something to evaluate it, to let people get used to it. We have a very good relationship working with them. So MDOT's, I think it would be, I don't want to speak for you, but I know in past discussions it's been tough to say, hey, something went wrong here. No, they're going to gather data and they will respond. But also, we are able to give them feedback, and we often give them feedback. And I want to take another step back. Half the reason this $204 million project is happening is because we would call Greg when he was the TSC manager, and we would say, the police and fire told us we were mad there were so many accidents. Can you do something? Well, he did something. He used that as a region engineer now to sell this project. This is the first improvement, the 127, since it was constructed. This is a generational improvement. But that was just something I was putting in there. And the traffic enforcement, that's something we own. And also as part of this project, too, through discussions, MDOT agreed to work with us on putting radar signs on Trowbridge as people exit that to make sure those are located at the right place to better inform drivers.
So follow-up, it says one of the conditions, if the design proves unsuccessful. So one of my questions was who assesses unsuccessful, but I think you answered it because you have a set of criteria that you apply to evaluating the project after it's constructed. Is that correct?
That is correct. Also, it's very common for us to, this is a point location, these two drives, these two crossovers. So when we look at these, we've analyzed them from about every angle. We've modeled it, but until we see things in actual operation, we don't say that we're going to walk away and whatever happens, happens. So we've worked with the city of East Lansing to commit to saying, if something happens that we didn't see in our models, which is very unlikely, we will come back, sit down at the table, and figure out how to get the best result.
So in the third condition, it says a request for greater speed enforcement along Trowbridge Road. MDOT has agreed to all conditions under their control. What does the under their control part mean?
So in my perspective, that was speed enforcement is subject to the city. We can control.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
We could also expand on that. We've worked with law enforcement to better identify where the step-down speed limits are going to take place when you exit the freeway. So right now, the first speed limit sign is closer to Arbor Drive. We are going to move those speed limit signs back closer to the wastewater treatment plant driveway,
Right.
which gives a better buffer area and a better opportunity to enforce sooner.
So it also says from the staff report, MDOT has agreed to work with and collaborate with the city should the city decide to construct, install, or modify city transportation infrastructure proximate to Arbor Drive on Trowbridge Road. So what are we potentially envisioning there in terms of constructing, installing, or modifying city transportation infrastructure that we haven't already envisioned?
So say this gets built and we want a light to build a gap at Arbor Drive so people can turn out of there, or at Palmer Lane. We could install a light that would restrict westbound traffic. It would not meet MDOT warrants.
Okay.
We're able to do certain things that MDOT's not. They have certain guidelines that are they're much more restrictive because who they primarily work with, we have more leniency.
Okay, so we're holding those sorts of things in reserve.
Yes.
Okay. So then I have a couple other questions, and they focus on the Arbor Drive cut-through, the median cut-through, and the new indirect left. And here's my overall perspective, and I'm not the traffic engineer, but I have done my best, okay, to try to figure out what's going on these cut-throughs. There are 28 conflict points, right, identified in the MDOT analysis of the Arbor Drive cut-through. 11 of those are related to movements that either are or should be unlawful, right? Movements from the south to the north, the wrong way through the cut-through. There are at least 2 and possibly more signs missing there. There is a no U-turn sign posted for eastbound Trowbridge. There is no left turn sign posted for eastbound Trowbridge, and there is no right-only sign posted by the staging area for the railway yard to the south. So there are also no do not enter signs, which if you look at cut-throughs all across the city, they have great big do not enter signs to try to mitigate the unlawful movement. So why are those signs not there?
So I can speak to the east. The signs are up at eastbound at Arbor. That as you're heading down there, I just looked at those the other day. I did not look at the railroad. The challenge here is compliance. So people are getting exercise free will. And there's 2 different drivers in this scenario. There's someone that's familiar. They understand what they can do. They understand they're not. Then we look at someone that gets off the expressway. They panic. They turn where they think because they don't know where they're at. They're driving. They're a young driver, and they make a bad move. And I'm surmising how people are getting there, or they're inebriated. It's a night. They're doing certain things. Part of what we're seeing with traffic and how people behave, taking away decisions, taking away potential for bad decisions, and setting things up where we know there's a staging area and the area to recover, and that things can happen safer.
But it sounds like what you're saying is that those signs don't work. And then why are they up at all the other cut-throughs around the city?
I would just surmise that you got lost, you're getting off the expressway, you're making a turn because you don't know where you're at, you're panicking, you see something. That's what I would surmise.
But that's not my question, with all due respect. My question is, why are those signs not posted there? I mean, right now, if I am driving eastbound Trowbridge, right, I can look and I can see a no U-turn sign, but I don't see a no left turn sign.
There is now on Trowbridge. I believe so. I was just looking at it the other day.
Then that went up in the past week.
Okay. And I might be mistaken as well.
So, in my mind, you take 11 of those 28 conflict points away with appropriate signage, and possibly with re-engineering that cut-through. And I understand that may be difficult, that may be completely impossible. But now you're down to 17 conflict points. And how many conflict points do you have with the new configuration? It's 15, so now you've got 17 to 15.
And I'm gonna let the designers weigh in on this more.
So we're talking about conflict points at the existing condition, which drivers are very familiar with that live in the neighborhood, which is what Scott is alluding to. So if you're familiar with where you're going, you're familiar with what you're doing, it's unlikely that you're going to cause a wreck. However, there are several, 13, I believe, crashes that have occurred where drivers are not anticipating other drivers' behavior, which is what results in crashes. So when we look at the scenario where we're faced with different alternatives, which is what engineers do, we evaluate the different alternatives. One you're pointing to is signage. The other that CED and MDOT have proposed so far is geometric realignment and repositioning of conflicts. Or a better way to look at it is spreading out some of those conflict densities. So when we do that, we're almost improving the anticipation of drivers as they're maneuvering through those conflict points. If you're looking at a spot where there's a lot going on, it's hard to focus on that particular thing that might be of danger to you. However, if you're looking at a spot where there's less going on, you can better pick out a proper gap in traffic, or you can anticipate someone doing odd in front of you, like going the wrong way through a crossover. So when we're faced with complex engineering solutions, and I know I'm rambling here, but I like to tell stories. I was here a couple of meetings ago, and this is kind of how I operate. So bear with me. When we're faced with complex engineering solutions again, we look at our alternatives and we know that there's going to be an expected result with each. Signage, like Scott was saying, may be less effective than the proposed solution that we're offering.
Okay, so let me move off that topic into my other main set of questions, and I will eventually wrap this up. I apologize, but I need to ask these questions. So the other half of the equation is the new indirect left, right? 450 feet to the west. If you look just at the conflict point analysis that you guys have done for that indirect left, it looks like every indirect left is equally safe because you've diagrammed the same set of conflicts for all of them. But this one is kind of unique because there's a narrow median, so you don't get very far into your turning movement. When you start to turn into traffic, your car is pointing upstream. Right? That is not true where you have wider medians where you can get the car further around before you start to pull into oncoming traffic. That does not apply here. Now, you helpfully helped me identify one of these on Lansing Road, and I drove it, right? So I have a sense of how that works. But the other issue is that the oncoming traffic is going 55 miles per hour, right? Not 30 or 35 miles per hour. 55 miles per hour is going to be the posted speed limit there. And there's only one lane of oncoming traffic. So the example that you found me on Lansing Road has 2 oncoming lanes instead of 1, which I have to believe gives you more wiggle room. So the question is every Michigan left, every indirect left, are they all equally safe? Because it doesn't seem like this one is safe to me.
Take that again. Sorry, bring the microphone over to me. So when we're looking at dual lanes, which is pretty common for boulevards. So 2 lanes in each direction, and then you have that center turn storage area or staging area to turn left from. You're right, most of them you have a little bit more wiggle room. However, the width of the lanes is very important in this scenario. So the width of a single lane when you're dealing with that transition from 2 lanes to 1 lane, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but I believe it's wider than the typical lane. So when you have a lane width that's typical for, say, a ramp, that lane width is typically 16 feet. Thanks, guys. Whereas the lane width for an MDOT highway, where you have 2 lanes, is 12 each, so 24. On top of that, when you're looking at that unique, I'm going to use your words, this unique crossover situation that, again, is very similar to the crossover that's north of Miller Road and Miller Road and Lansing Road? Millet, thanks.
I don't know if that's the one, but
The one we gave you was Millet Highway, just north of Millet Highway.
So when we're looking at this, we notice that, yes, you have a little bit of extra room that you may need, especially for a larger vehicle, which is why the design incorporates what's called a loon, where you have a larger vehicle, you need to make that maneuver, you need to give yourself a wide enough turn so that you can complete that maneuver in one fell swoop. And Rick and I were talking about this a little bit before we departed for today, and when we were talking through this concept of how do we use loons when we're trying to pick a gap in traffic. And the answer is we wait for an adequate gap where we can know we can move all the way around that loon and still continue and progress and not stage it, which is why in our design there's a great deal of emphasis placed on sightline. So right now you have a median pier that holds up your bridge of US 127 over Trowbridge Road. That pier is now gone. So you don't have that side obstruction. You can see further than you ever could before, and you can make a better decision. You can pick a better gap. You can complete your maneuver without that stage that you may have been thinking might need. And you have a 16-foot wide lane, and you have a loon, and you have shoulder.
Right.
So when we're talking about the concept of making that indirect movement, and you say it's different. Yes, it is different because your vehicle is pretty much facing the opposing direction. Well, what's the most comfortable way that a driver can see a conflict? Right in front of them.
So, 2 final comments for now. One is a question. Do you have crash data for this particular configuration of an indirect left?
The existing one?
The proposed indirect left.
Oh, Millet.
With the current parameters, we have 55-mile-an-hour traffic in one lane. Do you have crash data for that kind of configuration?
So the example that you were given was Millet and Lansing Road, and then there's another one that's north of Taft on Old 27. Both of them have narrow medians, and the only difference is the single lane.
Yep.
So the single lane, we may be able to find an option where we can evaluate that for you. However, that's pretty rare. But the dual lane, especially in mid-Michigan, there's 2 that were already given to you. I actually took crash data using Michigan Crash Facts just the other day and evaluated it. So when we looked at it over 5 years for each location, the vast amount of crashes that were there were animal crashes. There were no attributable crashes that were based on inappropriate maneuvering through the crossover. So nobody's doing anything incorrectly and getting in a crash because of it. The only crash that was adjacent to it was a vehicle that was turning into a driveway. So yes, we have crash data for that, and I'm sure that we can share that with him.
Are the traffic volumes comparable?
I'd have to take a look at that.
So you mentioned that when you're driving that, you're not going to stage the U-turn, but that doesn't mean that another driver might not stage the U-turn.
Oh, I should just hold on to this. Yeah. So when you're dealing with one lane of traffic, you're a vehicle that's making that maneuver. Is there going to be variability in vehicles? Absolutely. Is there going to be so much variability that you're going to see that stage all the time? I would suggest no, because the loon is designed for a large party bus, effectively, right? Yeah, it's a big bus, school bus or larger. So you're talking about making a maneuver that's safer for those larger vehicles, trash trucks, buses, so that they can actually complete those maneuvers, possibly in a staged fashion. However, a sedan and a pickup truck, they occupy effectively 20 feet. Unless you're driving Josh's pickup truck, that thing is a monster. But you're looking at effectively the same type of maneuver. Does that kind of answer your question?
It does, although when I drove the one that I looked at, my movement was into the second lane, which means that it would be into the loon here, right? And what I'm worried about is drivers picking a gap to get to the loon and then pulling from the loon into traffic. So now you've got two turning movements which has to presumably increase some sort of safety issue.
So you look at the duration that you're exposed. So if you can complete that maneuver and your vehicle remains on a paved surface, which is in this case part of the loon, you're still completing that maneuver in the same duration of time. Can we agree between 2 lanes or our situation where you've got a wide 1 lane and a loon? So the duration that you're exposed that could lead to an angle crash is the same there. Can we agree on that? Okay, so effectively, the duration that we're exposed, the speeds are the same in those scenarios, 55 and 55 and 55, and we have a narrow median, and we have the conflict is observed through the front windshield. Can we all agree on those parameters?
Except that last point, because if I'm staging my turn and I'm in the loon, I'm looking over my shoulder.
But you wouldn't actually stage because you're going to be able to make that maneuver through a paved surface regardless.
All right, I'm done. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience with my questions.
Any other questions to staff?
I do.
Go ahead.
I don't know if it's a question of staff since we have a whole bunch of people here, but I think the expectation then is that cars will be traveling faster off this new ramp than they would off the old ramp, correct?
Which ramp are we speaking of?
The new ramp that is coming onto Troy Bridge Road that would, I guess, impact or cause you to close Arbor Drive crossover.
The northbound exit to eastbound Trowbridge.
Correct.
All right. So for that ramp, what we have right now is a very sharp turn.
Correct.
On the expressway.
Which requires you to hit the brakes and slow down in order to enter Trowbridge. You won't have that anymore.
Correct. What you'll have is less wrecks on the freeway because we have enough.
Excuse me. I think his question was, is the exit speed on that ramp under the new configuration faster or slower than currently? Is that your question?
Correct.
Thank you, Counsel. Would you answer that question, please?
The design speed of the proposed ramp is greater than the design speed of the existing ramp.
Okay. And the current speed, design speed, quote unquote, of the current map is what? The current design is what in miles per hour?
We believe it is 45.
And the design speed for the as-built proposal is what?
So
Existing?
the future one.
Yes, the one you're going to build.
The one we're going to build is 45.
Oh, we got those mixed up. Sorry about that one. The existing one is 25. The proposed one is 45.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So under the new configuration, Mr. Meadows' point is the speed limit coming off the expressway will be 20 miles an hour faster than it currently is, correct?
The design speed will be.
Well, okay, if you want to go there, we'll go there. So that's your design speed. But the reality is, when you design a road, you build in an assumption that the design speed is not necessarily going to be the speed at which the public travels. Isn't that correct?
The design speed of ramps is designed to transition from high speed to low speed.
Okay, and you make an assumption that that's what the perfect driver does in that situation. And isn't it true that you build into that an estimation or a quotient that in fact many drivers are going to exceed the, quote, design speed, end quote, at any location on a state of Michigan highway. Isn't that true? If it's not, tell me.
The ramp design speed, specifically to your question, the curvature on that road is designed to that speed. It's designed to that 45 mile an hour speed per the R107 guidelines and MDOT standards. So on the ramp.
I get that.
That's what I,
Fellas,
that's the answer
ladies,
to the question.
Please. Isn't it true that when you design a highway, you assume a certain percentage of the motoring public is going to exceed the posted or designed speed always? There's always going to be a percentage of the driving public that's going to exceed that speed.
I don't have, nope.
You don't believe that?
No, there's no percentage applied. So let me back up to answer your question. So on a ramp, the curvature of the road, like the vertical curvature and the horizontal curvature, define the design speed. So that is specific to that speed limit on that ramp. On a freeway, there will be times when the design speed, so as Greg's saying, the design speed will be designed to like a 75 mile an hour design, as opposed to the posted speed that's 70. But on a ramp, you do not do that. It's the design speed is per the standards that are in the guidelines that we have to follow. So, and then the other item that has to be included in this is the 25 mile an hour speed that's currently out there right now does not meet AASHTO standards. So it falls below the minimum requirements for speed differential between the freeway and the ramp. So right now that ramp is not designed per standards. So we are bringing that ramp up to current standards to be within AASHTO guidelines.
Explain what AASHTO is.
You don't have to. I get that. I get the acronyms. Okay, so well, I'm done for now. I just wanted to get an answer to your question, Mark. I'm sorry.
At Arbor Drive, when you're exiting Arbor Drive, you cross how many travel lanes?
So you're talking about making the currently direct left, the existing?
I'm talking about, this is the way it's constructed right now. When you leave Arbor Drive, how many travel lanes do you cross?
You're talking about today.
Today.
You're crossing 2 lanes to get into the crossover and then getting into westbound, assuming you're going, or eastbound, assuming you're going eastbound.
Correct. You're getting into another 2 lanes?
Yep.
Okay. And the width of the
Actually, you're getting
pass-through at
into-
Arbor Drive is what?
At that point, you're getting into 1 lane on eastbound. So you got the 1 lane going eastbound, so it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane. Then you've got the gore area and the ramp. Yep. So
Okay.
1 lane.
And the width of the Arbor Drive crossover is what?
The combination of the 2 travel lanes, or you mean just the crossover?
Just the crossover itself.
The width of the crossover.
So the median at that point in time.
$23 feet and change.
23 feet. And what designs did you consider that would keep the Arbor Drive crossing open?
So we looked at the current standards within the MDOT design guides for direct left. Do you know what the standard that was? GEO 670 in the MDOT standards. So, and then based on that, so this is the median width itself is, I think it's 20 feet. 24 feet and change. So then based on that width, we have to look at the taper that would be required in order to transition traffic onto Trowbridge safely, so merge traffic into that lane. So then from that geometric standard, you have to go to GEO 100 in order to get the taper distance for traffic to merge safely onto the roadway. And that taper distance is pretty significant. It's 500 and some feet. of distance. So in order to build that, we would be getting into the next crossovers and have to eliminate additional crossovers based on that.
Okay, but the city of East Lansing is limited to those requirements, correct?
Say again.
I say, the city of East Lansing is not limited to those restrictions.
So the challenge here is the interface with the expressway and
I'm
following.
with you. I just want to know, is the city of East Lansing bound by the restrictions they are?
We would, so if this were a federal aid project, we would have to go through an MDOT grade inspection, and they would flag that and say that's non-compliant.
All right,
Okay,
did you,
let's ask it a different one. Let me just ask you this.
Go ahead.
Please.
I know.
So, is there any reason why the city of East Lansing can't decide to put a stoplight or a turn light in at that intersection?
So at Arbor Drive, we could control we've discussed, we can control westbound traffic, but we could not control eastbound traffic because it impacts the Trowbridge downstream and the expressway.
Except that's our property at that point, correct?
Yeah, so our property starts at the edge, the west edge of Arbor Drive.
Okay, so now are what you suggesting then, if we decided we wanted to put a light, some kind of signal in there,
Yes.
the powers to be with the state and these people would have to redesign their exit ramp to accommodate that stoplight or that signage?
So I would say we could put a light to limit westbound traffic. Eastbound, I won't think that would require it would require a discussion. It would probably be contested due to the impact to the ramp. So when we look at the cost of this ramp, this is a $204 million project. I'm guessing this ramp's $20 million or $15 million. So they're not going to reconfigure that. Areas that if we wanted to put a light in, so if we wanted to create a gap for Arbor or Palmer, we could restrict that to allow that. Also, where the Starbucks drive is, that could be considered for a future four-way intersection as well, to modify that intersection. The challenge we have right now, MDOT has a project, they have a contract awarded, and to make their project work, these things are not aligned, but those are definitely things that we could look at.
But
Well-
they don't have the authority to do this without our permission. So the question is, for me, what is the distance between the ramp as it enters Trowbridge and Arbor Drive?
It's right there.
Yeah, it's within the gore, so the gore area, so the,
Guess for me. How many feet?
it's right there. There's zero, it's there.
So
It's
on
there
that-
right now,
It
too.
doesn't appear to be zero on that picture you got up there.
The ramp includes the gore area. So the area that's between, so there, it goes from 2 foot to 22 foot. That separation between the road, that is included in the ramp area.
Okay, using this picture, the blue area that's on the, I guess it would be the south side of Trowbridge there, where the ramp enters to Trowbridge, the distance between there and Arbor Drive is how far?
So the red X, I believe, might be covering up what you're seeing, but that blue line goes all the way past Arbor Drive.
Okay, but move your finger back to the left. Keep going, keep going, you could go a lot faster than that, keep going. All the way where the curve enters, right there,
You're high in the air right there,
yeah. What is that distance?
between here and Arbor.
Yep,
I don't know if there's a plan scale that you can read real quick, but the elevation here is,
well, I'm just wondering whether it would really cause any danger to have a light at that location.
I think we're really asking about the elevation right now, we're asking about the distance. So let's find that out first.
So you want,
Okay, I've got one last question.
Let's find out the distance first.
I'm gonna answer it. You want the distance from that point to Arbor?
Yeah, if you have it.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Oh, 625 feet.
And that's enough time for somebody to stop at a light, right?
So you're asking about putting a light right there?
Right at Arbor Drive.
Is that enough
You've
time
got
for somebody to?
625 feet between that light.
I mean,
and
I
when
can't
you
answer
really
that question
enter
right
the
now. We'd have to
drawbridge.
do an analysis on the stopping distance and everything else to.
Did you guys do that?
We did a warrant analysis for a signal at that location, and it's not warranted. It meets 0 requirements for warrant.
Okay, and then I guess my final question, was this design created after a decision to close Arbor Drive was done, or did the proposed design require the closure of Arbor Drive?
This design was done in coordination with the city of East Lansing, and it was agreed upon to close the crossover. We were asked to close it.
In other words, it was in agreement with the staff at the city of East Lansing?
That's correct.
Okay.
For,
Because the
I mean,
decision
I'll answer
will
the
be made
question
here,
yes or no,
so-
and there are many, many, many factors that go into it. Like,
That's all my questions,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay, any other questions? Carrie, did you have something?
I just wanted to, you mentioned a bus, going back to the width of the lane and being able to make, would a Greyhound bus be able to make that swing?
yes, yeah, that was part of the request that
Okay.
was the request, that they have Greyhound buses at the hotel.
Okay.
And they wanted to be able to make that move.
Okay. And I know in my brief conversation with part of the MDOT team here, we talked about if this project moves forward and the lane's open, is there a way state police in coordination with our local police can help monitor the speed as folks are getting accustomed to any changes here? Did we check in with the state police on that?
We have not heard back yet, but
Okay.
that's going to be something that we can continue to communicate once we have, the configuration out there and we can make the awareness to them that the signs are where they need to be to enhance that enforcement.
This is a question of curiosity, but also a personal point. What I'd be curious, which I don't think you're going to have the data tonight, but what the stopping distance is, the exit up the road on Saginaw when you come off that at Frandor, because that to me seems like a death trap, trying to get across lanes to try to make a right on Saginaw.
And we will be looking at that as a future project goal to address that on a future project.
Okay.
Yep.
And back to the light discussion, Scott, and on our property and what some of our flexibility. For the remaining neighborhood concerns, if a light was added on the westbound, does that help alleviate some of their?
I think that would be a benefit if there was concerns of actually exiting from there. I think Arbor during game day, that's going to be tough. That might help unless it was overridden during special event. I don't see necessarily rush hour traffic in the morning. There could be concerns in the afternoon exiting. That could certainly be of aid.
It's
But-
complicated, but
Yes.
okay. And then I just want to go back to something, I just want, for clarity's sake, that the current ramp is not to standard, national and state.
That's correct.
Tell me why we can't do a light that stops traffic going both ways on Trowbridge to allow either a left-hand or a right-hand turn at Arbor? Why can't we do that? Scott? Why can't we do that?
Well, we would be at that point encumbering MDOT right away for staging and impacting that, and I think they would immediately contest that. We can do things that impact our right of way. So if we put a light that's not warranted, allowing gaps for westbound, we're within our rights. But if we start impacting the highway, I think we'd have difficult discussions with MDOT.
You mean construction, our construction would impact them?
If we were to create a condition that would cause traffic to back up onto the expressway, so we're looking at a super elevated ramp, people coming down and stacking at a light that they're not anticipating, and we have two lanes coming together, that the appropriate place might not even be Arbor Drive for that because of the alignment of how this is going to look. And then we have a rail yard to the south as well. There's just a lot of things going on there. I don't want to speculate what MDOT would do, but I would say MDOT we would have some tough discussions, and I would see us not being able to move forward. However, I could see a light being installed at the Starbucks Drive. That's within the realm of reason. However, that might not meet all the warrants, but that would facilitate movement from that area as well, and that might reduce traffic headed towards Arbor as well. And that could also improve pedestrian crossings. As part of this, looking at Trowbridge as well, we did some pavement work on there not too long ago, but after the fact, then the issues about pedestrian crossings where we have a protected pedestrian cross at only half of a leg versus eastbound doesn't fully have that light, that protection, where we have the crosswalk but not the full control.
Maybe we shouldn't use the terminology half of a leg when we're talking about a pedestrian
Yes.
crosswalk. Maybe you can find some other terminology for that.
I just want to clarify something with you. What you're saying is that if we had a light at the Starbucks location, we could leave the crossover from Arbor in?
No, but that would reduce traffic headed down towards Arbor and would make it easier to exit there and would create gaps.
But two more questions then. Are you saying that there can't be on the ramp warning signals that says there's a light coming up?
I think at that point, we would have to look at all the site distances that are involved with that, if there's a sign there, but people cannot see the backup, that's where the issue will happen.
Okay.
Dina, anything?
Looking at the AM peak build 2025, and I'm just wondering if you can tell me where the Starbucks is. I don't even know what side of the road it's on.
North side.
And not north side, east, west, but like, is it on the Fresh Time side or is it on the?
Fresh Time
Thank you.
to the left.
It's on the Fresh Time side, and so is that in between Arbor Drive and Trowbridge Crossing?
So it's between Woody's and Arbor.
And
Or
Arbor
between
Drive?
Palmer and Woody's.
Palmer's not on the AM peak build 2025. And so is it before Arbor Drive, the light would be?
So if you were to propose that, so we look at the map up there, if we go past, I'll point to it.
Yep. Thanks, and what page is that one on then?
Isn't the Starbucks in front of the hotel? And next to Arbor Forest Apartments? So Dana, it's the next building down. Look, you and I are looking at the same thing.
Okay.
It's the next building. This is the Starbucks right here on the thing you and I are looking at.
Okay, all right.
You see the hotel behind it?
Yes, okay, thanks. Okay. So I started wondering if Arbor Drive could have a light for traffic that's headed onto the, is that me with the feedback? Is that me? I don't know why. But if Arbor Drive had a light for traffic heading onto the, I'm sorry, what's that?
So you're
coming
heading
from?
west. So if you're heading towards the left, you're heading west. So with our right of way, we could put a light to control that leg that would not negatively impact the regional significant infrastructure, which is an expressway ramp. That would create the gaps, and it could be triggered by a signal or something to allow that to be triggered. A lot of times it would mostly probably be in flash, but it would be something that would be, that could come online as needed.
Like at Fresh Time, right? They have a flash.
Because a lot of times those, and it's some of those, if you were to do signal analysis, the warrants on some of those right now, the reason why they're in flash is because they're not as warranted except during rush hour.
Yep. And then for the traffic coming off of the highway onto Trowbridge Road, how much can we ask them to slow down?
They can slow down to our posted speed limit and enforce the speed limit, and we could use radar signs. MDOT is baking in things to slow people down. They're narrowing lanes, but there's a lot of things happening there, and speed limit signs will give data that people are speeding, but without the enforcement leg, that's what slows people down in areas.
All right, and you talked about a radar. Is that the blinking blue
Yes.
thing? Does
And
that take pictures or?
No, that captures data.
Okay.
And that can be, so you could gather reports and find out, hey, this is when people are speeding. That could be shared with our friends and police. They could schedule patrols there. And, I don't want to speak for them, but a lot of times just the presence of police has a calming effect.
And MDOT, do you all have like a policy analyst on your team to bring back feedback, to possibly advocate for cameras in the state of Michigan to capture speeding drivers?
So we do have a complete team working with legislators on that topic right now, statewide.
Good.
So we have a couple places, even in the city of Lansing, that they're looking at doing that.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely.
I don't know why my mic's there. Now it's working, I guess. So let me run this hypothetical past you, okay? So I think what you're saying is if we had a light at Arbor Drive that allowed a stop so people could make what I would call a west turn, a right turn, that might not run afoul of MDOT, correct?
So we can do what we want within our right-of-way as long as it.
Okay. And then I thought you were introducing the topic of then putting a stoplight at Starbucks.
So I wouldn't do both. I would do one or the other.
Well, I know you wouldn't do it.
Yes.
But could we do it?
Yes.
Okay. And so if there was a stop, and so this, if you were doing this Arbor Drive light to allow turning right, then would they still have the option then of doing the crossover maneuver? That would still be there?
No. Not the current conditions. It would allow to continue west to do then direct left.
No, I mean when it's built, when things are built, they'd still have the ability then to do a crossover to come back to the east, correct?
Yes, so they'd be able to head west and do the indirect left and head west.
Okay,
east.
and there'd be a stoplight that they could utilize to do that maneuver, correct?
For westbound, yes.
Yeah, well, they have to go westbound to come back to the
Yes,
east, right?
yes.
Okay, and so then at Starbucks, you could put a full-scale stoplight
Yes.
for both
legs.
both directions of traffic.
Yes.
Okay? And there's not a crossover now under this plan, but that would assume a crossover for that light?
So if you were to put a light there, you would allow traffic exiting there to head east towards campus. A light there would also slow traffic coming off it would allow enough notice for people coming off the ramp. It would
Sure
slow
would.
them down.
Okay. And so essentially there'd be a crossover there.
Correct.
And I take it that nobody from the state would be jumping up allowing us, they wouldn't pay for us to do that, but they might not object to that, correct?
I think the state would partner with us to give us data and ideas as they do with all of our signals. We have current signals there. The goal would be to maximize what's there and to expand it. Also, in one point, the reason we have audible PED signals in downtown is because this team looked at infrastructure that we were told was old by a consultant, and they came up with a solution to implement that.
Okay, and then looking at this AM Peak Build 2025 thing that Ms. Watson was looking at, if you put I'm going to call it the one-way light at Arbor, and you're going to have a two-way light at Starbucks, or somewhere in that vicinity. And then this Trowbridge Crossings Drive would still be configured the way it is? It looks to me like it's a not lighted intersection, but you have the ability to cross over or take turns. Maybe you can only take a turn to the north, is what you're saying there.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that is one, and that's where we would put, that's where we're talking about putting the full light in.
Okay. Oh, so when you say Starbucks, you're saying that one?
Yes.
Okay. And your best estimate to us tonight is you could probably do some configuration like that, and you could probably get your friends at MDOT to sort of think that might be okay?
Well, they're sitting here, they're not giving me mean looks, so that's a start.
Well, they're giving me and Meadows and Altman the mean looks, but that's a whole different thing, so. Okay, thanks. Any more questions or discussion? Do we have a motion?
If I may, just for clarification, we can't do this as part of their project, but this road's going to be shut, these ramps are going to be out of commission for a while, and we'll have room post-construction immediately once they're done.
So I'm trying to figure out what action you're looking to us to do via a motion.
You would authorize us to issue permits to MDOT to construct their plans in the city right-of-way, or to construct their project within the city right-of-way per their plans.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion like this. I move that the city council approve MDOT's planned improvements to Trowbridge Road, subject to the conditions of the Transportation Commission, and also subject to the following conditions of the city council. Number one, that a traffic light be installed at the intersection of Arbor Drive and Trowbridge, allowing for Arbor Drive, people exiting Arbor Drive to be able to turn right to either go west or to take the turnaround going east on Trowbridge. That would be condition number one. And condition number two, again, these would be added to the Transportation Commission conditions, is that the city would also install what I'm going to call a two-way light at the corner of the intersection that you just pointed out. Well, there's a street name.
Trowbridge Crossing Drive.
Thank you, Trowbridge Crossing Drive. So that's my motion. Do we have a second? And then I'll try to explain the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so my intent on the motion is that we'd be approving the MDOT project conditional on the city taking those other steps that I've added as conditions, along with the Transportation Commission conditions. Discussion on the motion. Sure.
What would be the approximate cost of adding those signals to the city in terms of the installment and then maintenance? Just ballpark.
So they're saying 400 total, but with that, just to clarify that this can't go in parallel with this would be outside of their project.
Why? I think we understand that.
Okay.
400,000?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just say this. in support of the motion. I realize people may have questions. I don't think it's fair to isolate a neighborhood. You know, we had a discussion about Hagedorn, and I'm fully aware of the fact that people in Roseland in that area, you know, felt like because of traffic pass-throughs and stuff like that, that there might be a concomitant effect if we narrowed Hagedorn. I understand the engineers have struggled with this. I understand they're trying to come up with the best solution. But the reality is, as far as I'm concerned, it still isolates a neighborhood. There's no other way in or out. I'm the only person here, other than Ms. Schweitzer, who remembers the controversy about the cross-campus route. And there was a huge controversy in the late 60s and early 70s about this whole project going across campus, and everything was supposedly designed appropriately then. I've always thought that, all due respect to the engineers, this was a horribly designed exit. I've had clients who have been very, very hurt at the exit here. The speeds are high, the stopping distance is short, and I realize what people are saying about warrants, but it seems to me, if you really go back and study those warrants, one of the warrants is, I think, essentially says what's in the public interest. And I just think, I think this is a good project, but I just think we can't isolate this neighborhood, and this is the best solution I can come up with. And frankly, if it's $1 million to build these lights, I think it's worth it. So I'm going to vote for the motion. Any other discussion?
Well, I should explain that I'll vote against the motion. I agree that this would isolate the folks who live in that neighborhood. I also think that, I used to say this, you know, I have an engineering degree as well, and I said we can engineer anything. That's what engineers do. I think there's a better resolution here. I'm not sure what it is, but that still allows the Arbor Drive folks, the people who use that as an exit and an entrance into their neighborhood, to have easy access. And, you know, at this point in time, I'm just not in favor of this design. And if it requires the permits of the city of East Lansing, then I'm going to be voting against it at this moment.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yes, Mayor, I just also wanted to explain, I don't want to isolate this neighborhood either, and I think that the safety benefits of removing the Arbor Drive median cut through and replacing that with the new indirect left, I think those safety benefits are overstated. So I'm going to be voting no.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those voting no? Aye. Okay, vote is 3-2. Watson, Singh, and Brookover in favor, Meadows and Altman against. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is what was formerly on the consent agenda is 4.4, so it now becomes 5.6 on the, excuse me, on the business agenda. Mr. Meadows, you wanted to speak to that?
Yeah, I do. And just a couple of comments. I'll be very quick. If we go to the now, therefore, the actual establishment or reestablishment of the Age-Friendly Community Steering Committee, it indicates that the City of East Lansing hereby reappoints the members of the East Lansing Age-Friendly Community Steering Committee, and we have no clue as to who those are. Frankly, over a period of time, about half the people who had been assigned to this committee stopped showing up for meetings, and very few, I think, people attend whatever meetings they have at this point in time. There was a discussion at the Senior Commission of making this a subcommittee of the senior commission going forward. I'm not sure that's the right way to go either, but I would propose that we pass this resolution with the following amendment. In the second line of the now therefore be it resolved, remove reappoints and just say reestablishes, and strikes the members of, so that it reads hereby reestablishes the City of East Lansing's Age-Friendly Community Steering Committee. We have language there that allows each of these named groups to name a member, and they can do that now in the new steering committee. So that's why I'm making that motion.
All right, so can we just go back to the now therefore? So now it would be read, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council for the City of East Lansing hereby reestablishes
And
the
strike
City of
members.
East Lansing's Age-Friendly Community Steering Committee, et cetera, correct?
Right. That's exactly right.
All right. Did you get that, clerk? Scribe? Okay, is that in the form of a motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a second? Seconded by Altman. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Now, I believe we need a motion to go into closed session. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think we should also do a motion regarding policy resolution 2019-5 regarding potentially going past midnight.
Okay. I would hope not, but can we have a motion? Yeah, I think you better state that one maybe, please.
Policy resolution motion first or the closed session motion?
Either one. You choose.
I move that we allow ourselves to continue past midnight per the policy resolution cited by the city attorney.
I'm sorry, I missed that part. How did we get here? It's 10:35. We don't have time?
I think we do have time, but I think it's a just in case if I'm interpreting the city attorney.
Out of an abundance of caution.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, any discussion?
Just want to say, like before, I will be voting no. Others of us have a lot of things on our table, like showing up for my job that helps me keep my house tomorrow, so.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now do we have a motion with regard to the closed session?
Aye. To the policy change. To the policy.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I got that, thanks.
It's late.
No, I just was moving on. So Watson votes against, and the remaining council members vote for the policy, to adopt the policy vis-a-vis going past midnight. Now, do we have a motion with regarding the closed session?
I have a motion. I move to enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub H to discuss attorney-client privilege memoranda that are exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.243 sub 1 sub G.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? We need a roll call for this?
Yes.
Okay.
I am Mark, seconded. Pick one.
Roll call vote?
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Chubb, we're back in session. What's the appropriate motion at this point in time?
It'd be a motion to return to open session.
Do we have such a motion?
I move that we return to open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Watson, seconded by Meadows. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting's adjourned. Thanks, folks, for hanging out.